Fine.
You're not. Your hands are bleeding.
I'm fine.
Talia, how long have you been here?
It's a bit before dawn.
You should take some rest.
That others waste what little time before we arrive means not that I must do so. I have softened over much, far what I was. This is far from what, which will weaken me seriously. A little bit of blood. We have days yet aboard. I am fine.
Yes, we have days yet aboard. And we can train tomorrow, too. You're bleeding, and it can get worse. We don't need you to bleed out there in the north.
Lest that you plan to take this sword, I intend to continue. Yuki.
You should rest for today, and we'll continue tomorrow. I can help.
Move aside.
No.
Move.
No.
Gardening. Okay, I'll walk this way.
Useless. The point in stopping me, it's a little bit of blood. But I've not bled more or worse. I thought perhaps she, of all people, might actually understand.
been told that your hand needs to be healed.
Fine. It's fine.
Okay. I'll go then.
To hurt something. To hurt someone.
To say the
I
least.
think that's fair. Hey,
Talia, Urin wants medical to get together at sunset.
Sunset?
yeah, later tonight, have a little bit of a chat.
So be it. Do you need that I let them know?
I told Elenia to tell people, and she's already doing it. She got one already. That being you.
I guess do your thing, just like not in like a in a big flashy way. Although I guess that's what is that kind of what he's all about? I don't know anything about this guy.
I'm not exactly a fan of the Cold War. I could do without it, personally.
Look, I got sandwiches on the counter if you want one.
I
Really?
find the other
Nice,
people
thanks.
so they know.
I also made some. It's not a
Go
matter
ahead.
of being big and flashy. It's a matter of.
Morning, Philia. Morning, Talia. Morning,
Oh,
LaFront.
Luca.
Hi, Ren wants to meet with the Aether technicians after the training thing.
Morning to it. Morning to it.
Sure.
Morning to the
Sounds
front.
good. It would be an insult if it was anything else.
Morning,
you
any
imagine
more
if
sandwiches
you
left?
were-
Morning.
I'm not personally sure.
No, unfortunately. The closeness we have to
Yeah.
any sort of sense of food in our sandwiches was mainly cold.
Airship's not very good at holding.
Sunset. Okay, I should be available then.
Good morning.
Hail, Chancellor. Do you intend that I stop any time I might try to train, or is today a particular offense to you?
No, I will stop you if you hurt yourself.
You and I both know that's not
You
what
don't
that
need
is.
We need to be in tip-top shape when we get there. We can train as much as we like, and I am for that. Not show any weakness, you know that.
That what a bloodied hand is? A sign of weakness.
Yeah. In some cultures. Or in some cases. But also, I'm thinking about your well-being.
And what did you mean by that?
Of your well-being.
I can handle it.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I can handle a few cuts on my hand.
I sure you can. I've not said you can't. But also, you need to understand. Overworking yourself, and when we get there, you maybe collapsing will not help anyone.
I have a spell with which I could keep going for days if needed. And potions aplenty aboard the vessel if needed.
Your mana. Potions, we are needed. You know, Talia. We need
I
all
sleep.
we can get.
I eat. What do you want from me?
I want you to not be hurt.
Are you content now?
You would have done the same. You would have done the same to me.
Not here. I thought you of all people might understand that.
I understand.
I gotta head to the
I
library.
I can help you. We can train tonight. Every night. But sometimes we need rest. Even though we can actually afford it here. And that's not something we can afford in Drosa. You know that. Right now we can afford it, but we need to get ready when we're there.
These fools aboard. They're all content to make merry and waste what time we have aboard.
Soup. Or just stew, whatever that is.
Yes. They are. They don't understand where we are going.
Are they so blind, that is, who have not realized we lost a city 2 days ago?
Some might be, yes. They are fools. A lot of them are. They don't fucking understand anything.
And you would have me weaken myself beside them.
No. But we can get stronger together. You're not weak, Talia.
Of course I am.
We can train. No, you're strong. You're strong in a lot of ways. Maybe not the physical. But you have a lot of... you have me. You have a lot of other people behind you too. I am your strength, and you are the healer, and the strongest I know. In a lot of ways.
Yes.
Have you heard it that we didn't want the medical together? It's also
Tell me what I've been strong enough for.
Yes, she found me. I'll try and make it if I can. I have something in
To stop everyone in Kaba? No.
Thank you.
To stop Ignis from the foolishness with the slave? No.
I don't think you can stop Ignis from foolishness. I've tried so many times, but it doesn't mean that you're not strong.
And if I had taken your
I don't
advice
think
as a
anyone
healer,
can.
Robert might be alive. But I discredited your advice and now he's dead.
Nobody can save him with devouring right now. You know that. And it's fine if you wanna pin that on me, that's okay.
His death is not on your hands, it's on mine, Yuki.
It's not on yours. It is on his whenever he stepped inside of the city. And his fate was sealed. And you know that. We tried everything we could. Everything.
No, we didn't. If we had tried the day before, we might have had a chance.
We didn't have time for it. We were attacked. We can't change the past. We can't change what happened. Even though it fucking sucks and I hate it. You know, I know that better than anyone, and you do too.
I had mana enough, Yuki. I had time enough. I promised those women that I would try to save them too. And I left it to the others because I thought that I could rely upon them. And I wake the next morning to realize that they hadn't even bothered with one.
Morning, Yuki.
You did what you could. Are you gonna tell me, Talia? That everything we did to Ulysses we could have done better?
If I were as strong
That
then
everything,
as I am now,
then that applies to me too. It doesn't just apply to you.
you're not the healer.
I was. I could have done a lot of other things. You don't need to be a healer to help.
You did all
I
you
tried.
could.
I read. Exactly. You said just now. You did all you could too. I know. I saw.
I grew an eye back in Alenia's head.
Everything is not a success. We fail. A lot. But sometimes we succeed.
We allow ourselves to be weaker than we need be here. We drink and
We might. but we tried what we could.
If we're not stronger, we're going to lose.
Yeah. But then we, me, and you, can get stronger together. And then after that,
Everyone will
we
get.
can
We'll do it after.
get Ventus also. Get them to be stronger. I don't think we can do it to every team. 'Cause that's the other captain's choices to do.
I thought that Malik might have been harder on them. I thought he might push
Maybe
them
he has become
more.
soft.
He hasn't changed. He hasn't the time to have changed. Nothing has passed for him this last year.
How would you, keep it there in the first place, right?
Let's just go down so we can go get
Right.
food, please.
Just go.
Yeah,
You're gonna spare
actual food.
I guess.
Some people might die in Rosa. But let's not make that us.
So be it.
I did have a question for you, however. How far along was the purple? To the library.
No. I'll think about it. Pockets his pockets now.
Hail Ventus. Pockets. So earlier, I have failed so far to update you on things that were discussed in the meeting 2 days hence, or past. I know you care relatively little for that of gods and orbs and the like. Would you like to be informed?
It'd be nice to know what's going on.
"5 days ago, or however many at this point, several people had a dream. 2 met with Jordana, 2 met with Shoth. Those that met with Jordana report that she said that she had taken Alea Rosewood as a vessel, and somehow inhabited the body. I know not if you know of it, but Alea dissolved into lights. I wasn't there for it, but that's as it was described.
I heard as much from Jackson.
Jordana believes that much of what is happening now is an illness Irena contracted. There was a fight between them some time ago. Irena shouldn't be able to create things. It was a fight over Astria, in essence. This they had built together to set aside quarrels between them. Rudonna felt that Irena was a frustration. The inevitability of the destruction was troublesome for her. This is at least my understanding. Those that met with Seethe have learned that we've learned that there is a word, Patel, that refers to Irena, and also that Seethe uses and had referred to as a mother. If Irena is sick, perhaps this is Seethe, perhaps this is something else. But we don't know. Ivir saw a visage that appears similar to what the description of something opposite to Rudonna. It appeared before him somewhere on the ship. Seethe has decided that the only peace there can be is stillness, the destruction of all that is divine. That would mean all of Astria, in practice. All life has some element of the divine in it. And it seems there is not any more to be negotiated or convinced on that front. Seethe seems resolved to it. Seethe also has made offers to a few here. Vesper claims, though I find the belief dubious, that Seethe was trying to barter for the remains of Luna. But that does not match what Seethe told those that were made the offer. And that offer was not taken.
Was anything? Are people still making deals?
I suspect that there are a great number of people aboard who are keeping secrets about deals that they've made. I think that many feel they would face violent retribution were they to come forward. And perhaps they're correct. To my knowledge, none have made any deals of particular consequence. Except choices made in dreams for the most part. Some people have injured themselves magically. But I don't believe currently that we have any evidence of anyone who has worked against our interests, at least.
Buffy. Buffy, Buffy, Buffy. Buffy.
You don't like it when you're touched, so don't touch others, okay?
No. No.
No touch. If you want to, you can take this empty ball.
Huh?
If you're looking for something to do. If you're not, that is okay. You can leave it. I can take care of it.
Say again?
If you're looking for something to do, you can take the empty ball.
There are other questions you might ask. Or have answered.
Thank you.
Is there anything we can do about it? Or are we just stuck with them?
About the dreams, you mean, and the orbs.
Both? All of it?
Giordano's recommendation
Why are they
was
so
that...
interested?
I think Seethe is weak, still. Relatively speaking. Strong enough to outmatch any of us individually, I'm sure. Perhaps the whole of Rosewood, but Astria is a big place, and the efforts of whoever or whatever our adversary is are still growing. I would that perhaps we look into some way of protecting against them, but they cannot be physically stopped, nor do magical barriers cause them particular difficulty. I would like that at some point those who are monosensitives might investigate those who are dreaming, but not all who dream get any notice in advance, and others don't share. Our mission to recover the tier seems the current best option. Giordano feels that it's important that what remains of Luna, this is what we saw fall, not fall to the abyss. So I suppose for once we were...
What happens if we fail?
I don't think Giordano knows. But I suspect it would strengthen the abyss greatly. There's one other thing. Apparently Ordo is with Irena currently. We don't know what with is meant there. It may be alongside her, it may be physically visiting her, it may be... Vesper reported this, at least, and could not provide more context.
I don't know how much we can trust Vesper's words.
I intend to look into that,
How
but...
he was acting in the past.
Mm.
Do you think
It's...
he'd lie? Definitely. He's lied about a lot of things.
He will do whatever
Anything
he
that
feels
asking
is
for, they
right
can throw him.
to accomplish the mission he believes was set out by his goddess. It's concerning to me that he came forward with what seems more information about the dealings that did not then materialize. Vesper said the deal was for the tier, but that's not what Seethe asked for. So, how much...
Conflicting information about Giordano, so...
Yes. Though, it may simply be he's acting in opposition to Octavian's return or some such. I don't know.
And there's
no way to find out more. Just wait.
Not unless you would ask for a dream.
Seems rather foolish. Could all be a lie anyway.
Yes. And there have been times where the golden light has been impersonated by the purple.
Oh, it's cold. Okay.
First thing they teach you in Sentinel
Okay.
fighting a rugby.
Okay, so Jackson, I have seen out of the loop on some things, including
First
new
gauge your
obstacles.
abilities as a fighter, and then
How cold is it for you,
We have a pilot.
presently?
We have an airship pilot specifically. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, we do.
the two Ferrari that they apparently have.
I don't.
I
You
gotta stop
know,
looking at the sun.
I don't know how to describe it. I'm just very fucking cold.
I might not know much about them.
I'm just standing with it because you all are out here.
The Ferrari that they have.
Fair enough.
It's like, oh, they like know what they're doing, and then
And it's not like I haven't experienced cold before. I was at Rosewood in winter, so
I don't know.
it is just going from one extreme to the other. It is a bit not fun, but I'm okay.
all the days sort of merged
Fair
into
enough.
one. Felt like a elongated.
I'm trying to examine some. Oh, that's why.
Are there other questions you would ask?
I can relate.
We'll find you if I think of any.
There we are.
Of course.
Take my ear muff out because it was building before. Are we not trusting the Ferrari? Is that what you're asking me? Sorry, can you repeat the last part?
I guess.
The two in particular with the pilot that are apparently working on the engine.
Yeah.
Thankfully, since
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah, I think
just
Understanding them
I think
from
that's
their
fine.
business.
That should be fine. They know the
really
airship
just
better
as
than we do, so if
straightforward
anything, we
as
should
it
be
can
asking
be.
questions about it.
Me.
At the moment, I wouldn't share specific information with them. That would be wise not to. Anything that you don't know is probably not meant to be shared with people. So, yes, there's that. You should come to Lucas' training today because he is
That's what I was
teaching
thinking.
us.
Yeah. Plan on doing that when we have the meeting
They
at
are
VRChat afterwards.
A
Yeah, you
reflection
got okay,
of
we're all covered then. What the ATEC division?
creation being infused into the
I need you. I need to check your math against mine because you were using multiplication for the ring shrinking, and I didn't understand why. And Talia came up and she said division. I don't know if that was something you missed or if you had another purpose behind that. Was there a reason for it?
Someone else had a dream then. It is not the words and combinations that were described to us prior.
we all have a common goal.
Huh?
Remain united.
I didn't know either. To be fair, I was very tired.
Okay.
Sure.
I've actually not had the chance to take a look at them.
I guess
Well, okay, let's head to the greenhouse. Come up with a plan.
There's, before you, there are several people in the greenhouse.
Oh, all right.
I'll let Wayne know.
Best wait then.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Morning,
Where'd it go? Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Why is everyone... Whatever.
I fear that this is. That's another. I fear that's a sign for us to go aboard.
Why?
We'll be back for the training anyways. If multiple people run upstairs, that usually is a sign for something either happening down or up where they're headed. I'm going to check downstairs for a moment.
Fair enough.
The Orc force you saw, they're just all up to the same job, sounds like.
What is that?
Looking for Jack, I heard. Other than that, I don't know specifics.
Jack is upstairs. They'll have found him. They were going to where he was.
Back out. Understood.
Hmm.
I thought that I was down in the dorms. My apologies, miss.
There are several paths through the ship. It's easy to miss people.
Of course.
But you were just complaining about it getting caught on things.
Yeah, okay, but it completes me.
Let's off for a quick sec. You would be absolutely right, Turtle. Yuki is still absolutely smitten, and Talia can kind of tell. And more than that, Talia is not completely away from her feelings either.
Details. I'm up to the third circle. Trying to improve still, but
I might ask you for advice sometime then.
of course, sir.
Working on
More
learning
than
play
willing.
magic now. Only first circle, in it.
Yes, the hammer was a first circle one.
Has your... Sorry. Has your captain filled you in on events of recent days? Or has Tara yet not been informed?
I have been uninformed of much. I was caught up with some information thanks to one of Ignis, but beyond that, I may still be in the dark.
Did you not be informed by later in the day?
Where did he go? I did not leave.
It was resting behind you.
Did you see Octavian?
Ah.
Down the stairs, sir.
Downstairs. Alright.
If you're not filled in by the end of the day, Loriam, and you still have questions, let me know.
What?
Follow me.
Of course, miss. I'll make sure to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Alright, let's go up. It was ominous that I want to... not really my problem, I suppose.
It's very cold.
Is all the stuff we got from Kava?
Is more accurate.
I assume some of it was tucked away, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure. Definitely, probably some stuff.
Like I said, keep it next to the rest of the
Certainly this was
Did we actually
collected in Kaba.
Get supplies from Kaba?
We left sooner than expected, so I'm guessing less than perhaps we might have liked, but...
Yeah. And we didn't get our fire rune. Have to get one somewhere else. Maybe we can... I mean, there's probably bound to be fire runes up in the north. They probably need them, so we'll probably be able to get one up there.
I don't know if
You're welcome to try.
Practice magic.
Not...
I mean... Yeah.
as mundanely as for the keeping of warmth. They build fires for that.
Yeah, we might just have to build a fire.
Actually,
So how have you been? I haven't seen you in a few days.
having teams bunk up in the same bunk would actually resolve a fair amount of the issues. At least during the night.
Yeah, we could just have people, share bedrooms, yeah.
Don't they
Body
already?
heat.
What do you mean, like, more and more? Like
six.
Depends
Same
how
bed.
cold it gets.
Yeah, it's a big shame.
Never seems to bother Talia much.
We could just have everybody sleep.
It's getting
down
colder.
at the tavern.
Look at her.
But yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
The
look
tavern will
at
probably
you.
be fine just from the amount of body heat that'll be down there normally.
We're trying to.
Yeah.
And I was
Like,
just
what
thinking
are
about
you?
It's gonna be perfectly warm.
I'm a northerner.
Kitchen.
It is not. It is not. It's fucking cold in there.
Yeah, but you're like
Oh
Well,
man.
we should
human.
find out where the kitchen is venting its heat and set something up.
You get used to it.
Unless we.
His office does have the
You do?
glass domes over it, so all the warmth
yeah.
Over years.
immediately cools down and just drops it back on them.
Oh, I was about to say
Well-
how long do I need to be out there?
You'll get used to it over the year as well.
It is.
But
Well, I don't think they ever designed it to be going up here.
dress warmly.
I really think we should. Just
Would you wear this in winter?
Warmly.
No.
I mean, it's the only thing I got.
Nobody's gonna notice if we just poke a hole in the side of the ship.
Someone is 100% going to notice if we poke a hole in the side of the ship. Especially since you just said that in front of 3 people.
But I'm
Yes.
saying that no one would. But yeah, but they wouldn't notice unless they knew already.
They'll notice the
Just
noise.
forget.
Also, they'll notice when, while we're moving, the fire you have set up underneath the hole suddenly explodes and kills everyone.
What if we put a bunch of like fire ruins and Ventus ruins in like the ducks?
If you have a way to manufacture fire runes or ventus runes,
You know how back at the everywhere we've ever been,
Okay,
we've been
I know,
like,
it's easier said than
there's
done.
like a billow thing that
Yeah.
you go like this with.
I think probably making camp
Pumping
off
air
the
into
ship
the fire to
when
make
we
it
land
bigger.
is
Yeah.
a decent option.
Ooh. Oh, so you're saying that if we put a
Fair
hole in the
enough.
side of the ship, it'll let us have an even bigger fire. That's great. Yeah. I didn't think about that. That's such a because it'll just go straight into the fire.
If you put a hole in the side of the ship in order to feed air to your fire will burn your tavern to the ground in a couple of minutes.
And probably the rest of the ship.
Yes.
So I have to make the tavern fire.
Is the ship even flammable?
How do we do that?
That's wood.
That'd be a little
Huh.
hard to do because
Then
it's
just
all,
surround it with
it's
metal.
all wood.
But
which
then
is
again, the
like-
tavern is like.
Maybe we can.
Why are you laughing at me a lot? I've noticed that. You keep laughing at me.
Does the engine make
It's
heat?
just a unique perspective.
Yeah,
Find a way to
there,
vent
there,
that
are, there are
around.
parts going against each other.
Oh.
So, yeah.
It's
Okay,
refreshing.
so we surround it with metal, but then
Yeah,
we put a bunch
a
of
bit
normal
annoying.
stuff
Around the
in
ship, so that
the
would help.
tavern, plus alcohol.
Actually,
that's
maybe if we had
Tavern would probably be the worst place to have a fire.
Yes.
specific like air pipes or vents or
Hmm.
something for that, because we have that. So if we could hook it up, maybe.
The answer is probably just stay bundled up and sleep with other people, realistically.
Yeah, again, I think we just have everybody sleep down there in the tavern, and then it'll stay warm.
What other fuel sources we have, though? That could be an option.
Oil, probably.
That burns too
If we could get
quickly.
a whale, I could render it down. Well, we could render it down. I know how to render the fat to oil.
You're going to render an entire whale all on your own, Rin.
I said we, and I'm sure I could
We
teach
have a
some other
whale?
people how.
No.
Doesn't sound that hard.
No. If we were to go and try to catch a whale.
Yeah,
I've seen big fish
fat
before.
fish.
Yeah. Yeah.
A whale.
Behemoths, though.
If we were lucky, it might fit inside of the entire ship altogether.
Yeah, big fat fish. There was one time I got knocked off a boat, and I thought I was gonna drown. I thought I was gonna die. I was out stuck in the ocean, and then I got saved by a whale. I assume it was a whale. It was a big fish. I didn't actually check. I fell asleep, and I woke up on the beach.
Were you waiting for a chance to interject, Philia?
I actually fell asleep before the fish got me. I just assumed that the big fish got me.
Fair enough. You have any questions in particular about any of the recent events or what we're doing? I know we had talked a couple of days ago, but I don't remember if...
Briefly.
Is there anything you would like to know?
Okay.
Suppose a few things.
Would you like to talk now, or...?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Let's just borrow medical for the moment.
That sure was good, a private conversation.
Yeah, what a great private conversation we just had.
Yeah?
I'm glad you had a private conversation.
Yep.
I'm glad that you felt safe to have a private conversation so close to us.
Yeah, you too. I mean, that went really well.
Yeah. You need them for something?
No, just...
What would you like to know?
I hope he's careful and doesn't rip down the curtains.
You ever been inside a
I
whale?
just want to say that when you brought all that stuff about
Whale, but like
Seethe and like
yeah.
your dying arena,
Okay.
I'm not trying to...
I grew up in a whaling village.
And I said something along the lines of like, you sound crazy.
No, a whaling village.
Oh, okay.
I want to say that I say it with the utmost respect from someone who has not been around
As the name would
these
imply, yes.
deities
Yeah.
as much as you guys. And I'm now here, and now that's just sort of the hot topic.
Or a fishing hamlet, like
And now there's like
a fishing village.
sways and ways to like
village, they would have been able to call the whales to like
put them in our favor when
It's hunting whales.
people have always seen the gods as someone to pray to rather than to influence, or either influence us
Would you prefer
directly.
something you kill?
You know?
I feel like I have before.
Were you to ask Vesper? Or Helma, I imagine, or Octavian. Their gods are deserving of worship. They are superior and apart, distant from even what we can truly understand. I believe they are closer to you and I. Flawed, emotional people. I don't doubt their strength, relatively speaking, but there are tales of Celestines that have had love for one another. And if these are true, then well, differing beliefs.
Us Averans have always believed that there are ways to reach godhood because they kind of existed among us in the form of primes. People who can do unimaginable feats and can just dash lands with just a simple lift of a finger. So we wonder what truly separates us from the gods in us. Is it all-knowing, all-powerful,
Not
almighty?
all-knowing, and certainly not all-powerful.
So then,
powerful, certain. Knowing, yes, but not all.
So then, it just kind of begs the question, what really makes us different?
Jordana made the first prime. And from it, man. Jordana made the primes.
Yeah.
And through them,
that
us.
much is obvious. Yeah, she's the god of creation.
Mm.
And with that, Arena was born, because with life there comes death.
There were always two.
Hmm.
They are sisters, Jordana and Arena. Astria is the working they built themselves. A shared creation. And for a long time, they made of it together. They built together. It was theirs both. At some point time is a deep question, but at some point in time, Jordana grew frustrated with Arena's destruction, that everything that is made was destroyed, and the two fought.
How do you know this?
Jordana told Elenia and Murtesh. This is all if you are to believe that when these dreams are had, the visions of them are true. There is some reason to believe that perhaps a disproportionate number of the dreams are all controlled by Seethe.
Yeah, it's just... Why now of all times have they reached out? If this is the case.
What do you mean?
It's hard to wrap my head around who gets chosen, who gets these visions, and why, and how, and what the significance of when is. Of like, why, if we're being targeted, I believe you said this isn't the first time this has happened, then why didn't it happen at the beginning of when, I believe, what's the beginning of this institute? And if what you say about Alea is right, then that means we've had some sort of connection, or at least direct interaction.
Alea was Jordana. Her vessel, at least. Maintained by Samar.
So Jordana wasn't Alea? Like...
There was once a woman named Alea Rosewood. Sometime shortly after the rifts, I say shortly, I don't know when, but sometime after the rifts, or perhaps before, it needn't matter much. Jordana took vassal Alea Rosewood. Alea was still a woman, but Jordana acted through her.
So Alea was Jordana, but Jordana wasn't Alea.
There are points in time at which the individual Alea Rosewood was acting on direct behalf and at the behest of Jordana.
Yeah, that much I get. I'm just trying to see if Jordana's presence was directly there, but it sounds like that Alea was just a mouthpiece.
She could see and hear and speak through Alea, is my understanding. That portion of it is more dubious, I think, but... rather, not dubious. I doubt the exact accuracy of this more than a lot of what is said. I think that there is a great deal of interpretation that could have been made that would confuse things. But Alea Rosewood was, at some point in time, for all intents and purposes, either Judonna herself or directly her assistant.
And then I heard she disappeared.
Dissolved into golden light.
Maybe that's where it all started.
What?
The God started to make... Maybe... I'm just trying to figure out when and why. If what you say is true, then it sounds like that all of this started happening after what happened with Alea.
The first time that I encountered the golden orb was in the days immediately after. I met it at my shrine to Alea. I think I might have been the first, I'm not sure. In the days following, many others interacted with her. And, at a certain point, Seethe appeared as well. I gather this is a fight being fought across a lot of the world. The reason that there was a break is, as best I can tell, that Alea, Judonna, was assisting Luna in her fight. But Luna fell. Gaia is failing as well, but is stronger. And...
well, Gaia falls, then... I don't think that says much about our future. It's literally the ground we walk on.
yes. Yes, if Gaia falls, it will be over. There seems to be some sort of building of alliances amongst the Celestines. Some side with each side or the other. It's possible that Nyx was part of Luna once, or that they were perhaps Celestines together as Ordo is. 4, I believe. It's possible that Nyx's death long ago is why Luna was weaker and more vulnerable. Or mayhaps she was simply closer to the abyss. Who knows? We operate largely on guesswork, conjecture, speculation, and the occasional answered questions that usually only beg new ones.
What are we looking for by interacting with these deities?
Enlightenment. Answers, guidance, direction. To some, I'm sure, power.
Do we hold that to value over safety?
Hmm?
People interact with these orbs regardless of what I've heard of the dangers that they could possibly bring. So I wonder if we value that more than our own well-being.
I think, were we
Or if
concerned
that's
with our own
just
well-being, we wouldn't fight for Rosewood.
But if we're searching for enlightenment, is what I'm trying to say, is there a price to our well-being?
The price at current does seem to be paid, yes. Many have been harmed by, most notably, Seethe.
But they give answers.
They give answers.
As you say.
They may not give truths.
Yes, but
Nothing. Sorry, I'm looking beyond is all.
does my hair remind you of like the pointy mountains of Jersey?
It reminds me of you.
But I think in this case, perhaps maybe I've just been rather lucky not interacting with them. Well, I
Most.
have, but they've never like done anything to me.
Most at this point who have had interactions, both harmful or dream or otherwise, have invited it specifically, especially now.
Then, as captain and friend, I want to ask if there's a chance that I could also gain something that could benefit the cause. Would you rather I give myself to these deities when the chance gives itself?
I would not tell you to do so.
As whom?
As both Talia, that is your friend, and Talia, that is your captain. But
I knew it.
I do not presume to know all that there is to know. I will tell you that I would be disappointed were you to deal with Seethe. And that I would think you made a mistake. As both, I would tell you that it is foolish to sacrifice yourself for what might only be hollow promises. But I am not certain that it is my place to tell you you cannot.
Why is that?
Why should I make that decision? If you want that I make it for you, if that is what you wish as your captain, I can. But I don't think that's why Ventus put me in charge.
It's just, do we have enough people that are investing it as it is that it would possibly hold no merit or little merit because they've already, indulged themselves? What I'm trying to say.
suspect that I suppose one measurement of the thing would be how many questions have you asked that I have not had an answer to? Those are questions you might have asked in a dream were you given one. But the questions that I have had answers for are those that would be redundant for you to expose yourself for.
Fair. Though I wonder if, asked by different people, you'd gain a different answer.
As far we can tell, different people have received different answers. Some of this may simply be error.
And I think I know what I should do when the opportunity grants itself. You guys seem to have already interacted enough to a point where you've asked these deities an abundance of questions. Therefore, asking now would just might not prove fruitful. But if I manage to see one that's like out of the ordinary, then maybe.
It is for this that I will not tell you you cannot. Even if, as I said, I would not advise it.
Mm-hmm.
Might that I ask your opinion on something?
Shoot.
3 or 4 days ago, Drift Beasts attacked Kaba.
Mm-hmm.
I departed to help with the devouring. How did Ventus fare in my absence?
Hmm. For one thing, I think when I was attacking the city, Yuki parted from us with Ecteris, and I believe we needed her. I think me, Jacqueline, and Sorley, or at least all agreed upon that. We could only assume the worst in that maybe she was trying to get herself killed. Leaving the chain of command fine. You know, she knows we're trying to leave it up that we know where we need to be. But I don't think leaving us was the right call. Especially towards where people don't entirely know her attributes and could support her the way we can. We fought together. When we were initially fighting, we were a bit scrambled, but we were always very quick to regroup. Because we knew where to be. Elenia buckled a bit when you left. But there were points she made that was still good.
Do you believe her an adequate lieutenant on the whole?
Height was our best friend, and she said that. Because it was true. We were in dunes. And if we were too close to a hill, we'd be blindsided almost in seconds.
Yes.
So she made sure that we were kept to the hills, on top of them. That much I can merit, and we stayed true to them. And when she needed to heal, she did step away, and we protected her while she did that. We just noticed a bit of buckling under the pressure at times.
Had Yuki been lieutenant? And had you followed her into the city? Would that have been a wise call?
We were attacked shortly after, and the only people that we had to support us was Aqua, I think, at the time. We already assumed that there was plenty of people in the city, because there was, I suppose, 4 of the teams that were missing, but while we were on the dunes. So we could have only safely assumed that they were already in the city, fighting off the rift beasts that were in Kaba.
Why did it...
Meanwhile, I think...
Why then did Arcturus leave?
I think he was trying to gather more people to fight. He wasn't there initially, that's for sure.
No. No, he was aboard the ship. Did he tell Ventus to come with him?
No, I think he just informed us. And Yuki took it upon herself to go with.
Might that she understood it as an order that way?
I think we were confused on his wording, maybe. I think he was just being informative, though.
I see. Would that you had been in charge, would you have done a better job?
There was a point in time that I was.
Certainly.
Well, when Elenia left, I think she went to go support you.
Yes, I had asked
And for a
Vesper
very
to
brief
fetch her.
moment- Yeah. I really don't know. To be honest, I thought that was like, this is the moment for me to prove myself. And then it was over. I did notice that our numbers were dwindling. It was 3 of us, I think, at that point.
Yes.
So I grouped up with Ural, who also had 3. That I assumed that was the best call to make. Combine our numbers to be bigger.
I might likely have urged the same. Had I known Yuki was not with you, I, like as not, would have simply gone to find you myself. I switched when Elenia returned, and there was not more that I could do that Lethariel could not hear. And I had not known that you were so separated at that point that there were no healers in the dunes. But for yourself, of course.
Fault. You were called upon.
Not specifically. Healers were requested.
And are you not? Actually, I think you're one of our better healers on Ventus.
I suspect that in some ways I am the most capable healer, except for Malik, within Rosewood.
Oh, you think you can best Lethariel?
I believe that I have magical talents that he does not yet have. He is my better in some areas, and certainly in the areas of knowledge and expertise. But in terms of purely that which is magical, well, I suspect after Malik, he and I might be tied.
I surely do think we probably would have been better with you, but you trusted us, and we ended up doing that.
Were it to happen again, were we to be now in the same situation, would you think I might have done better by sending Elenia?
Don't know. It's a tough call to make. I think what truly matters most is that a decision had to be made, and you made it. If you had pondered on it and just wondered what if, hesitated, I think then it would have been with no merit. Whether right or wrong, something had to be done.
Agreed.
I could argue sending a scout might have been worth it to run back and relay the information, but it sounded like a dire situation is what it sounded like. Like, a healers absolutely need to be here. That's scary. That's time wasted if a scout is sent.
Yes.
So, given the information you were handed, I think it was at least one of the better options. Don't know how many better options there are that we could be like reaching into an empty into a box of, but you felt for it.
I suppose so.
Do you feel like you messed up?
Things did not go as well as I might have liked them to. That is to be sure. But I don't know that I would act differently were I to be able to act again. This is, I suppose, why I ask. I wonder who Patches is looking for. I think mayhaps I am not a particularly skilled captain for all of you most of the time. But I think that none of you would see someone else wearing the cape. But thank you, Avi.
For what? You're asking for my words. I just gave you it. You don't do that very often.
Ask for your words.
That and that.
I have to be cold.
Pun intended.
Don't want to take too much time. Quick question: Did you see Jacqueline anywhere?
Not in some time, no. Is something the matter?
No, just Rin asked me to also get her for the alchemy and Aether meeting. That's why.
I'll check our bunks.
If she's not somewhere, I'll do that. By all means, apologize for interrupting.
There are a great many things that need to be done. And it is increasingly clear to me that many of those here are not well suited for it. You are... Well, you know where we are going. You've been. Did you feel well suited?
No.
You'll do fine. That's better than most people here would say.
Thinking that they are, what, a bag of chips going to? What is it? What is the phrase? All that in a bag of chips.
I haven't the slightest what that means.
It means that they're well prepared and they're hot stuff, you know.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm scared for all of you. Even though I know you're most of you are Jorsen. And Solia was Jorsen and that happened. I think it's no matter how prepared you are for it, it'll just throw something at you that you just can't handle.
I suppose we can but hope that neither clans Magnus or Grimgard are anywhere near where we will be venturing.
What about,
Yuki?
No, Barrett.
Barrett's family resides in Halston and the lands outside of it. We're not going quite that far, I suspect. If we get nearer to it, he will have problems, but that is not my concern. Not wholly, at least. I rather hope we do not go to Halston, though. It's been a few years since I was there, but it's a rather dreadful place.
Gotcha.
Who knows? Perhaps we will simply see the tear from above. Hail, Ferrali.
Hello.
Are you looking for something?
You're the,
Need anything?
No, I remember, the one called Sunny thought you were really adorable.
She say hi.
Gotcha.
Say is cool.
I like your shoes.
Thank you. I make.
I'm sure they'll serve you well. There is nothing that I might ask of you myself, but...
Me neither.
Hello, Linnea.
Hello.
Are you busy by any chance?
We should speak.
Please, I've been wanting to talk to you for a while.
Pick a place. We'll go. I'll talk with you later, Avi.
If you remember.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're fine.
How do?
In what capacity are you asking?
I don't know.
Are you here, my sister, my lieutenant?
Your sister?
I will be fine in spite of Yuki's concern for it. It would not have been the first time that I bloodied my hand fighting. Nor, I'm sure, will it be the last. She worries. I am fine. I'm not so weak as a few here might suspect.
What? What the fuck?
Never mind.
You are not weak.
I am. If I were smarter, better, Robert might be alive.
Yeah, I don't think that's how that works. There were a lot of people there.
And Yuki made the
That
right
anyone
call,
wanted.
and I dismissed it. I killed him almost a full day before I drove the knife into his head.
He would have been dead anyway. There was nothing that we could do.
Maybe. Maybe.
What happened, happened. We can just do better in the future.
I suppose.
Stop worrying about it. It's not your fault.
I think perhaps we'll simply disagree on that.
How dare you disagree with your sister?
How do you think things fared when I went back to the ship?
Okay. For the most part. We kept moving up when we should have stayed together. Yuki also ran off without saying anything.
Toldic Terrace came and informed everyone of the danger in the city, and she ran off with him.
Yes.
Why did you not call her back?
No. She was already too far gone. I could not just leave everybody.
You could have had Avi run her down.
I suppose. I did not think of that in that moment.
You should have.
I'll keep that in mind.
I'd sent him scouting 2 or 3 times already. And you with him, for that matter. You lack the mind for it, I think.
I'm going to be working with Jacqueline to try and learn more about how to be a lieutenant for you and for the team. I'm not doing a very good job, it seems. You have way
And do
too
you
much
think...
on your shoulders.
You think Jacqueline will teach you well?
You'll also go to Ethereal too. It is not going to be just Jacqueline. No, Ethereal's a good lieutenant. But I just want to know what I can do to take the more load off your shoulders.
Why did you
I'm
say...
not doing a very good job of that.
Why did you say Jacqueline burned the tree?
Yeah, that was the information that was being spread around.
So you had no knowledge other than what you'd heard?
Yes, I
All
was
right.
not immediately thinking that Jacqueline did it. I went to Jacqueline to ask her what happened.
What think you of the fact that Saline was the one of the three who failed to stop herself?
She fails to stop herself in a lot of things.
What would you that we do about it?
I am not on her team. I do not know.
Were you captain, what would you advocate for with the others? Or would you leave it to Rowan?
Have someone follow her, I suppose. Someone be with her at all times. Keep an eye on her.
You think it's worth that she be kept alive? And with us, for that matter.
Is there a benefit in having her dead?
If she had not burned the tree to the ground, Cabo would not be lost. Her death would have saved thousands. And not that she was compelled. Unless it was different from her than for the other two. They made choices better. Even though Riley may have had great cause to wish the city harm. Her father harm.
think we have been trying a lot of other options with her. But she's already given up, and you can't exactly help someone who's already given up.
You would be right in that.
I doubt the Lumen will want to kill her.
Not when half the team is fucking her.
I don't know how much of that is going on recently. I mean, from what she has said, they haven't really talked to each other. So,
Well,
we could
Sunny at
always
least
be
loves
there.
her.
In the cell, she seems to like it in there.
See no reason not to just see her off the ship and leave it be. If her life being preserved is worth something to people. Not worth but little enough to me, at least. But it is not my decision alone, either.
Killing a person should never be the sort of choice and option. If there are other safer options to keep that person alive, death should not be on the table.
Foolish. Naive. Stupid. You've come round a great deal on winter.
I was drunk.
So you're not interested in her?
That is not what I said. I have had an interest in her, but she broke that trust. But she's also been steadily repairing it over time. She has gotten better with her gun. She no longer points it at us. She's been trying.
Do you desire her for lust or for love?
Do I look like a very lustful person?
Would you have said that I did before I started seeing Lothario?
What? I don't understand what that means.
When you met me, would you have said that I was a lustful person?
No. Well, you're also dating him.
If that's not what he had been offering, I wouldn't have been opposed. I wouldn't have asked the question if I knew the answer, Elenia.
Sorry, but no. I am not a very lustful person. So no, it is not for lust.
And do you hold true to what you said? That you see her as yours now?
The decision was made when I was drunk, and we were going to talk today about it. So it is still up in the air.
I think that is perhaps wise.
I am still thinking about it. She pointed the gun at you and also a lot of other people.
Mm.
And she also lied. A pretty big fucking lie.
Are there things you would know for sure as true or not?
I know for sure that she has definitely been trying to get better.
Do you know that?
Yes.
If I offered to ask her, would you believe it unnecessary?
For that, yes.
Well, I certainly want for your happiness. But I will not pretend as though I trust her. And if she causes harm to you or to Lethariel, I intend to kill her. I do not intend to allow her to endanger those that I hold dear. Or anyone for that matter.
Just why I'm still thinking about it when I'm not drunk.
I will say this. You are not alone in her affections.
I know that.
I don't mean Rin. I'll let you talk with her, and make of it what you may. It's your life. The others are displeased about how things went after I left.
I'm sorry.
It simply is what it is, but... Well, the majority of their issues are with Yuki. Some lie with you. You've told me you intend to try to improve on things, and so be it, but I felt you should at least be aware.
I mean, it's understandable for me not to be good at what I'm doing.
Or any of us, really.
Wait. I'm sorry. I really am.
Go on.
For messing up. And not... being a good sister or lieutenant.
When it comes to
Hello, fellas.
asking people, unless...
Yeah, don't mind me. Don't worry, I'm going back.
Oh, fine. I mean, unless it's something that might get you into trouble with them.
The only reason why you talk to them.
Alright. It's the only reason I entertained a conversation.
I will stay more.
Hopefully
And
it's
that they're a diehard Gaia worshipper, so I don't really give a shit.
You really? Wasn't Kingsley that too?
Someone look for
Yeah.
for you was
One is enough.
Braid.
Yuki?
I mean, they are the one.
Braid.
Still Braid. Similar eyes to you. Has Scar.
Elenia. She found me.
Look for.
We've been speaking. Thank you,
Learn
Pockets.
To rely on Gaia's blessing to save the city. Whatever bullshit that
Someone say looking for medic because thing might explode.
What? Who? What?
Went that way.
Thank you.
Think was Smiley Place.
No, you said you're always right for my taste. But yeah, sorry.
Unprovoked, and it kind of like took me out of it. And
It
you know
wasn't
what? It
unprovoked.
made me
I
laugh
had
because
to
it was funny.
sneeze.
So now,
Because
whenever
I had to
someone's
sneeze. I don't
feeling
remember
down,
doing
we
that.
just sneeze on each other to like make them feel better.
Really nasty.
Welcome to the greenhouse.
Hey, Talia.
Hi.
Hello?
Isn't it warm in here?
This is great.
Oh man.
I suppose.
How does sneezing on each other make you feel better?
That just does.
I don't
I'm
really.
told there is...
I mean, yeah, at this point it does,
I
yeah.
hope you're not asking me.
General
Excuse me
question.
first, to be fair.
He has a magical ability where if you're feeling upset and then he sneezes
I
on
do
you,
not.
it makes you
I do not.
immediately feel better.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they're saying this about me.
Fellas. Do you know what the situation in there is?
Situation already?
I have no idea. I was told that there was something where people were looking for a medic, and
I haven't heard that. I saw a bunch of orcs run in that way into that room.
got it. Thank you.
I didn't know there was a situation. My bad.
It's fine. I thought perhaps you might have seen something, and that's direction enough.
Okay.
I mean, if we hear an explosion, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to.
Each other, get acquainted. Did someone walk in? Hello.
Hey, Talia.
Hello. Talia.
Hey,
We're having an
auxiliary.
orc meeting.
Hello.
I was told there might be some talk of explosions, and a medic was needed.
What?
I think.
Did anyone?
Clearly, we are plotting the downfall of Rosewood.
What?
We haven't even started.
It has been referred to me by.
Talia.
Yeah.
That's your name, right?
We were just trying to introduce.
I don't know if you were told already, but the Gorb and Porb were downstairs. Near the.
Oh, yeah, they showed up.
Maybe that's
They're in the training area.
Both of them. Both of them.
I guess. Like,
Oh, both of them?
I see.
I saw the golden one when I was searching for Connor.
Oh my goodness, both of
lovely.
them. Oh.
Okay. Well,
I'm going to go look into what I assume is someone being wrong about something then.
No.
It immediately.
I entered the room.
Yeah.
Thank you
We
all.
haven't blown anything
Sorry
up
for
yet,
intruding.
Talia.
Are you planning on it?
We were both just thinking about
No, I'm not at least.
getting
I'm not.
snacks.
Good enough for me.
About it, but I'm not gonna
Bear
do
with
it.
it.
We could blow up something.
Sorry for intruding.
I wouldn't do it.
I know he would.
Oh, good to meet you.
I know.
Okay, so-
I know.
They were worried.
Nice.
Wait, let's just use the telescope. To check and see if there's anyone out there.
Okay. If it breaks, I'm making you pay for that one way or another.
Okay.
Was something spotted?
I'll leave it with them.
No, they went to test a weapon.
They
Oh.
want to test the weapon, but also for the sake of it, the last thing we need to have is anybody within the mountain range and then accidentally seeing this as an attack, so we're
Like
double
I said
checking.
below, we're in the middle of the Nixian range. There's no one here. There's no way.
There's plenty of people here, but not
We've
that
had-
can care in particular. Some people live in the mountains.
Okay, all clear.
Too many in the front just in case it blows up. Might be a bad call, so I'm stepping out of here.
Yeah, actually, it could blow up. Should we like shroud up?
Move this behind here for now.
Like, just in case?
Behind
cover if you're afraid.
I don't think that I can. I don't have a shot.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean more for us, but like, you know, you got this.
Oh, maybe you should.
Okay,
just in case.
Oh, them. Sorry, I thought we're talking about.
Okay.
Are you going to? Oh, is everyone ready?
I guess I could shroud up.
They're testing a.
I don't know.
Give me a bed. You'll see with the cape.
Oh, it may blow up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Did not work.
Nothing happened. I'm gonna try again.
Oh.
5,
okay.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, are you alright?
Are you okay?
Rowan?
I think she's more so upset if anything.
We just broke.
That it didn't work.
Maybe managing. Excuse me.
Maybe.
You
alright?
Oh, no, she is dizzy.
Are you good? Are you okay? You had a broken finger?
I just know they make cigarettes, and I make my own.
Punched by a shield.
It actually feels so stuck.
Is everything all right?
I do not
Yes, I'm waiting for Octavian. He wishes to talk to me.
Yeah.
You're probably fine then.
Okay.
So be it.
Why is he on fire?
What would you
Keep going. Why is everyone? Okay.
Why is he on?
No boom.
What would you
Well, now I'm
say
curious.
So it would seem.
if we?
That wasn't really an answer.
Just a headache.
You were up here. I just assumed someone would know because when this happens, a lot of
I admit I'm rather curious.
No what? Use rep. Want to keep rep.
Those are shrouds.
There it
I'm
is.
gonna not go over there.
Yeah,
You
I
wish to
thought they
speak to
were.
me?
What are they
I don't-
doing?
I forgot. They're testing the weapon.
Okay.
Well then.
What is the weapon?
I don't know. Winter's doing something.
This is the other.
Octavian's awake.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Can I have some animal fur?
Likewise. And what do I owe the pleasure?
I'm so cold.
Where did that come from?
I need animal fur in the coat. Yeah.
You should talk to. We should go
All right.
find the Stitches together and convince them to make us
Well,
like a
it just
coat or
gets
something.
straight to the point.
Sounds
You'll
good to
find them
me.
in the vents. Or just eat more animal fat. Good
Should
guess.
have said so from the beginning, from the start.
Fuck, if I just
We
yell
don't
into the
work
vent, will
on
they come out, or do I have to go in there?
If you shout loud enough.
Okay.
Do the shroud
Everything
retain
okay?
heat?
Just keeping an eye that they don't all kill themselves.
High body
I don't
heat?
know, maybe?
Yeah, but I don't want to like suffocate.
Fair.
So
It's not a weapon. What are they doing?
Winter's trying something. She's failed twice.
Existed in for like 2 minutes and
And
I
then
passed out.
fell over and clutched at her head. I'm guessing she was trying something beyond her strength, maybe.
Well, because I mean, his is fire, so I guess.
Or
that makes sense.
that she's
Could he
not
just
quite
boil
practiced
the water
enough
away
for.
from himself. Well, that's a completely different topic. Could he boil water away from himself if he went underwater?
Can
Do
he
you think he'd
use
come out dry?
fire magic underwater? Didn't he
I don't
do
know
that?
for how long, but he probably could briefly, just to keep himself dry.
With an affinity, you're not surrounded by, or you're not drawing in from around you. If you have an affinity, you're drawing from yourself. You don't have to push past the water around you.
I think he has an
just
affinity.
pass.
He should have an affinity.
That's cool.
Who?
I'm
That's
fairly
cool.
certain he does.
Solace.
Yeah.
With his fire.
Because he.
Almost certainly.
He casted,
I don't know if he actually does, but it would make sense if he did because of the.
Oh,
you know,
then
the
almost
solace.
certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's really
I'd be
cool.
surprised if he didn't have the affinity.
It's big enough.
Yeah.
It's not gonna do much.
Imagine he was just like really like good,
I
just
mean,
like.
Winter said there's
His
something
affinity
charged
is-
with
that'd
two
be kinda
shots,
nice.
and I don't know what it is. So, don't like the sound of that.
I mean, you can gain an affinity.
Yeah.
Maybe he was just really good up until he got it.
Do we have anything like that?
That makes sense. He was just like. He just really like honed it in, and then it just kind of came down. Yeah. Definitely not as arrogant. What do you think?
Didn't you go to?
Yeah, what do you? What are your thoughts when I say, you know? If you had to put it into words.
Listen, I can go talk to him.
I mean, I guess it depends on who you're talking to.
I just didn't stop trying.
Yeah.
Hiding the warrior's views, I suppose.
I must speak to you as your captain for a moment.
But is he a warrior or?
Alright.
So we said, the hero people.
I'm told that
I mean, that's like one of the things, isn't it?
on the day of the Rift Beast's attack in Kaba, that you departed from the rest of Ventus.
The hero doesn't have to fight.
What is it?
The hero just has to save people.
I see.
Although most times a hero is somebody who's
I went to the fight,
some way
yes.
or another, either physically or fighting or something else.
Oh, that is good.
Without orders.
Looked if they. I watched. I ran when I saw there was a fight. And I saw the rest of Ventus behind me. And then we fought.
Because they supposedly fight of an injury. I
And then after that, I went back and forth, as I usually do, but I told them I would be back and see if they needed any help in the front line. And I did.
Fair enough.
Do you see an issue with what I was doing?
I think, as it has been described to me, I would have given you leave to do so, and not questioned it if you did. At least not as heavily. Though, I perhaps should ask that, in general, in my absence, you stick closer to Elenia than you might to me. She is not as familiar with you as I.
Understandable. Yeah.
Is there somebody that has an issue with what I'm doing?
Who says you're shitty, Lieutenant?
I think the plan may be on hold, I believe.
Doesn't seem like it is you.
Privately.
I would disagree.
I am unwilling to make firm statements about things that I was not there for. And I do generally have a great deal of trust in your abilities in combat. There are others in Ventus who are less certain of it. But in candor, I ask this less that I think you did something wrong, and more that I think Elenia is not as capable. He is fine as a lieutenant, and in most cases does reasonably well, but she makes decisions that I would not.
Yeah, she's
Yes.
an interesting one.
Very interesting. She said that she liked me and wanted to be in a relationship.
Take it with a grain of salt. Take it with a very big grain of salt. She's, from what I've heard...
Answer your question, though, I would not approach you as your captain if it was simply something that I felt and was worried about myself.
What I've heard from about with her and her relationships, she's bounced at least 3 times from what I've heard.
Right.
If she's actually serious...
So you're saying that I can do what I am doing when you are in charge and you are there. But when Elenia is, I need to stay close.
Yes. Or at least seek her explicit leave. Annoying as I'm sure we would both find it.
That is quite annoying, yes.
But also in my absence, I suspect that you are perhaps best able to keep all of Ventus safe.
I'm not sure if that is true.
So Orlear can keep herself safe, and will put Avi before everything else. Avi will do his best, but lacks the instincts that the rest of us have. And Jacqueline.
Things that I've heard about what she's been through. I can't say I don't.
Jacqueline is yet unknown to us.
I am going to be frank. I don't care about Jacqueline. And if she's in danger, I might not save her. And have a second thought. But I will save her. Because I know you want me to.
I would not that you risk yourself to do so. That your life be paid for hers is not a choice I would make.
At this point, I honestly...
Nor for anyone on Ventus.
Right.
An update. Apparently they don't know what device is charged now.
What the... Oh my god. How?
What's happening?
Jack, you might... I think they're...
Good.
I think they're actually fucking around and finding out.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, I'll try my best to do what you're ordering me to do.
Yes.
But I am not sure
To some degree.
of how I'm gonna be in Northern Drosa. The only thing I know is that I want to keep you safe. That's the only thing I know.
I know.
You would fucking die. We're pretty damn high up. I think it would actually kill you.
I know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I would too.
Even if you let him depends on how deep the snow is.
And I'll not ask anything else of you.
And if it's packed snow, it's not going to be good. If it's loose snow, then yeah. Jack, what are you doing?
You'll act as you believe you should. And I trust your judgment.
I'm right here.
Oh, this is gonna go real well.
I guess you're feeling a little bit better then.
How bad do you think this will go?
It is winter.
I give it about a 9. I give it the 1 point benefit of the doubt.
I was going to give her more benefit, like 7. I was going to say 7.
I'm sorry for earlier.
She's smart, but also not smart at the same time.
You don't have to say you're sorry.
This is one of those times I wish I brought my shield, and then we could just like sit it there and we just sit behind, like crouch behind.
I
it and
understand.
just go for the shield.
I know.
I'd have to run to the room and get it.
I'm lying. There's a lie.
If you struck me down right there and then at the training ground, I wouldn't have needed to say you're sorry then. I understand.
Okay.
I could never. Would never.
Alright, sorry to interrupt.
But I wouldn't blame you.
She's busy blowing herself up.
You know,
Also, I did
you know,
talk
at that
to
point-
Talia. She's not in like the best of moods.
What's on your mind?
I think we're going to a lot of people for advice.
You know, at this point, if it does actually explode, I hope it just takes the entire
Afraid.
ship out in one fell swoop, and we just don't have to worry about it anymore.
But then we all die. That's a horrible.
Understandably so.
I
That is
know.
fucking Drosa. We'll be dead, Elenia. We're gonna be stuck in
We're going to that ground which Clan Magnus once
It works best case scenario. Worst case scenario number 1. It explodes. We lose up
Once
to 5
frequented.
individuals sitting up there on the bow. On the bow. It
Okay,
explodes.
but they were wearing shrouds.
We lose. Okay. They explode with shrouds. They survive. Bow probably gets torn up a fair bit. Right?
Do you think she's alive?
Yeah, she doesn't. Anyways, number 3.
Yes.
It explodes. The shrouds don't protect them. We then lose 4 individuals. Number 4.
I have come to believe that she may have secretly been a healer. Magically.
Yeah.
And regardless, she was too important for them to kill out of hand.
5. The entire ship was taken out. Which, honestly, out of the worst case scenarios, that's the better one.
But I have no doubt they've made her suffer.
I mean, well, the engines are the only thing we need to worry about. The engine room is way more.
What would you do if you saw them?
On the side of the ship, though. That's the problem.
And if you saw her?
Yeah, so this is say, for
I don't
example,
know.
This is the ship when it's even, right? Look at my hand. So if it goes like this, it's listing to one side. And it's not stable.
If you take out one of the engines, then it will land.
Even as I am now, I'm not foolish enough to think that I can take on an entire clan. Warriors each my better.
Well, it fired, yeah.
She doesn't fire the
Shroud or not, I'd maybe make it through a couple.
You're not alone.
I'll not drag part of Ventus into the fight to die with me.
You don't have a choice in that matter. I will follow you.
But I mean, if it was going to explode, it probably would have already.
Talia, I need you to understand a thing. And I know you do. You're the only thing I have left. Only thing. I'm not gonna lose you. I will never let that happen. If you die, I die. I can't live with myself knowing that you have died because of me.
You kind of have to when you're out and about and
Because I couldn't do it better.
I want to learn to track him.
You're right.
Yes, I know.
You're right when you said maybe we could have done better. We could have done better for your Lyses or Tau.
something you kind of pick up when you do mercenary things. Helps along the way, especially when you're actually like having to hunt for food and stuff. It helps.
You're the only thing I have left.
Are we good, Jack?
I promised you that I would be here.
Wait. Are we good? Probably not. Half of us are psychopaths, and the other half are 2 apathetic.
I have no intention of making bad on that promise.
Are we good with them?
I have no idea. I did not want to get exploded at.
Understood. Have a nice day.
It's
Thank
been
you.
handled well.
I will not lose you. I'll do anything, everything,
We are moving at full speed, so the ice
to make you survive
affecting to the
and
engine
live.
as much as the ocean does, which is interesting.
Because I can't live a world without you.
No, well, it shouldn't be, because it's just the mana itself coming from the ocean.
Well, yeah, but it's also, you know, there's heavy salt content.
Nor are you.
So maybe it was like salt buildup in the ocean.
Probably start preparing for dinner service.
As soon as the moon exploded, we started to dump most of the excess mana we would get from the ocean. For some reason, it's like it wasn't. It's like it was spitting out a bunch of things that were more necessary.
I'll not pretend like I could convince you to, but I would not that you throw away your life if mine is forgone.
You don't have a choice in that matter.
It's connected, but it's not direct.
Does ice have more to do with Ventus magic, or
If Magnus gets me, I won't be
think you would
killed.
do- Then I will do everything in my power to get you back.
maybe
Everything.
They'd use you to hurt me.
It's cold. I like the cold, but even that, I like the cold, but this is still a little too much when you're standing out here for a long time.
It's brisk.
I'll do everything.
I would not ask anything differently of you.
I'll be your shadow. Indrosa, to make sure you're safe. I'll be there. When you look back, you would know that I'm there. They're not gonna get you. I will not fucking let them. I'll kill every one of them.
The wind appears too much even for me. I'm going to fetch my gambeson.
I do think that was I don't know why she did that without checking on the crystal.
Since I can reach most other things, but yes.
Very much so.
Would help.
Maybe a little ladder on there.
I remember them telling me about
We
had a ladder.
If we had had enough time,
We could also technically use the stoves to make breads, but I don't know if we have enough time before dinner to make fresh breads. We might just have to make do with what we have.
I wonder what that's about.
Well,
All right.
Is Talia there?
Oh, is this the
What?
Yeah.
I'm
guessing you're busy right now.
Yeah.
If you're busy, it's fine.
Later.
I'm not 100% sure. Malik just approached me and talked in the code of the shades. He is asking that I meet him. I need to do so. If he says that I attacked him or something, it might be best to keep in mind that he could be one. If he knows the code, then he recognized me. I can't delay. I need to go talk to him now, otherwise he'll get suspicious.
Do you want that I be there?
No. No, it's... If you were there, if you enter with me, then maybe things will escalate faster. I don't...
It's your choice.
I just wanted you to be in the know. In case anything happens, don't trust him if I don't leave that room.
If you don't leave that room, it won't make much of a difference.
I mean, yeah, the younger years, but I used to go hunting with my mom whenever I was four.
Hey, Avi. Would you like to come in?
Hi.
You got any honey?
I'm
We can
just
go a long
checking.
way.
What's going on?
Quite the bit of noise, it seems.
Is this honey?
Yep.
Cooking hard?
Yeah.
How did it work?
One pot.
No, not really.
Okay.
That's like kind of the plan alongside the 8th with like business whenever all this blows out. Hello.
Hello.
I wanted to ask you about the what was it? It was something about Nyx that you told me about a while ago. I wanted to ask you more about it because I wanted to write it in this book here I got. If you don't mind.
Seem to have lost your dog.
There's not that much more to know, I think, but go on. Ask what you might.
Okay. So you said in this myth for Nyx, right? That apparently she was in love with someone. It was Gaia, right? Or
Gaia,
something like that?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. That was some serious grip strength right
And you said that every year a bridge of ice would form,
Yes.
and then they would meet each other across this bridge of ice, right? Until one day, the bridge broke.
Yeah.
Something like that, and the chief fell, and she made the, what is it called?
The mountain range that we're flying over now.
Pound range. Yeah. So, is there anything more as to like why she fell or anything like that? Why the bridge broke or anything?
Not that I know.
Because it's very strange if a bridge of ice just out of sudden breaks.
Just wanted to double check. Have you seen Ren around anywhere?
Not in hours.
Okay. If she ends up looking for me, tell her I'm gone to bed. So.
Alright.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. But yeah, I was wondering if there was more to it, because why did all of a sudden this bridge of ice break? What happened there? Why did she fall, and then all of a sudden there's a mountain range where she fell? That sort of deal, right?
It is said that the bridge always fell, and that the ice became the blizzards of winter.
Alright, thank you.
I don't know why it fell under her this year.
Yeah, if you're wanting the actual alcoholic side of that, we can help with that on the alcohol.
Is that partially why the climate in Droz are so weird, where the whole north side is just entirely winter and the south side is a desert? Because that's very, isn't that a little weird?
Suppose to those that are not Drozen, maybe.
Yeah, because there's a fact back where I was living in Linvale that never happened in sort of places. You don't have like all of a sudden this grassy area and then what was it, like sand or something like that, or snow, right?
No, you don't.
I'm not well enough traveled to know.
Okay.
There is always snow in the north.
Do you know if... Do you know if there might be like more information out there about this myth or something like that? Like if some certain person or some group of people might know more?
I've never succeeded in finding much more than what I've told you. There's a book I've just
Okay.
fetched. Maybe it has more, but
Okay.
If
Would you
it
be
does-
willing to share with us if there was more?
if it does, I'll let you know.
Okay.
And if I forget, feel free to inquire again. There are many things that...
Yeah, I'll make sure to try to inquire again about it. Because I'm
Mhm.
kind of curious about this. Because you have the whole moon that blew up, right? And then you have that star that's falling down, and it falls down to this area, right?
Yes.
Almost to where this exact same myth happened. Do you think there might be some sort of like correlation to that? It could be, right?
It's said that as Nyx fell, she wept. And the tears fell with the...
Yeah, that's what that means.
Maybe you misspelled your whole name.
Sorry.
Soft man.
The bridge fell, and she with it, and her tears. Two fell into the sky, and appear in the sky once every year at the start of winter. They're visible across most of Astria, but
He can't read. I'm sure he wouldn't cry that bad.
mostly they're used by northerners to know when winter is about to get
Is it like a
worse.
star or something like that?
They're
Here, lift me up. Lift me up, I'll hang on it.
streaks across the sky.
Are you gonna do it?
Two.
Streaks across the sky.
They hover in space, in the sky, for a couple of days. 3 nights, usually.
Hang on.
Huh.
And then they disappear, and the blizzards of winter begin.
Do they go somewhere, or are they just in the sky,
These two stay in the sky, but it's said that the others of her tears fell and landed and embedded inside of the earth, and that all the stars in the sky and the stones beneath the earth are witness of her sorrow. The gems below the earth.
Gems below the earth.
Mm. Some believe it's just the ones that glow, but
Like the ones in that cave that we found.
yes.
Kind of like that?
It's said there's a great cave in Droza with similar properties, but I don't know where it is.
Really?
Never mind, I want a cookie.
I mean, if that's where tears are at, it'd be something probably to check out, right?
This is why I call what fell from the sky, from the moon just now, Luna's tear.
Luna's tear.
So that's what
Definitely
it is. I was wondering about that.
We believe it's the remnants of
Definitely
Luna
new.
pursuing it.
Well, now I finally have some more light on why we're actually going to Droza, so I thank you.
Yes, we're chasing the star, the tear.
Mhm.
And we believe it fell far over the mountains. And so, here we proceed.
So it's probably not in the same area as when...
Oh, wait, thank you.
So it's probably not in the same place where Nyx fell then. Okay.
I think that there is a chance. What?
Let me guess, they're done down there.
Ah.
Hey, Ren.
We were gonna have a drinking party for Michael passing.
I see.
But continue.
Pretty good. We had a meeting this morning. Filling in on it was more or
If
less a meeting.
Nyx crashing to the ground made the Nyxian range, I'm not altogether convinced that there will be much left of the north at all.
Meeting done. Yeah, you can go down.
Wait, do you mean like...
I'm gonna gather everyone. Connor.
Oh.
Yes.
When
Can
Nyx
you-
fell,
can you
it
all,
made the mountains
worry
all
about
the way
getting
across the
drinks
continent.
with the orcs to their bunks?
So then, if
I'll alert
Luna
all the
fell
orcs.
then around the
I mean,
same
it wasn't that the
area,
plan.
but to the north, then
okay.
that. Oh,
Then I'll go
jeez.
grab-
Okay.
yeah, I'll go grab the
Oh, wow.
Hey.
Yes.
You've dragged me away from my work.
Sorry, you need someone from the storage closet here.
There's a chance there will not be much
one
left
thing-
of the north.
Yep, go on in.
Though,
Yes, take your
I
time.
find that we would be far too fortunate for that to be the case.
Oh, is it as bad up there as it is in the southern part?
Wait.
Have you ever seen a gorilla?
It's worse than Kaba.
That I have.
By a lot.
Once in the jungle.
Kaba was relatively kind.
I think I've seen one before, but I can't remember for sure. I think I'm gonna try and make it
Okay, that's not good at all.
I might need your opinion
but
if I can't figure out what it
still
looks
good to know.
Alright.
Hmm.
I'm certain of that, sir.
And there's
Yeah,
there's only a good chance that it's almost wiped out entirely.
It's entirely possible that there was not nearly as much left of Luna.
Hmm.
She'd been battling with the adversary for quite some time.
Was she? That's news to me, actually.
Since the cracks appeared, and perhaps before.
Whenever you're done here, we're gonna have to toast, I believe. That was the plan, at least.
Alright, I'll join you guys soon.
Toast? There's a toast happening?
The auxiliaries as well as the general staff are gathering together to hold a toast for Robert.
Oh yeah, okay. Cool.
I mean, I guess if it started when the cracks were starting to form on the moon, I guess that would make sense, yeah. That she had been battling for so long, I guess there'd be very little left compared to Nyx. Like, from the sounds of it, was perfectly fine and healthy. So I guess it would be far lesser scale, but it still has to be huge, right? At least a sizable chunk compared to. what
That's
could it be?
difficult to know.
Everyone is free to
I'm
join
glad
in
you
the
were
orcs
there.
force.
I'm glad that you were there to go grab some of the stuff for them. They're bringing
Okay.
it back to the
We have some reason to believe that there might be something to find. That's
Well,
about
so,
all.
definitely.
Mm.
I mean, there has to be remains of that star somewhere, right? That only makes sense. No. What I'm more wondering is what exactly would be left, and does it correlate to anything else that's going on?
I do need to grab you a little bit, but if you're having a conversation, it's fine.
Do you need?
Need medical. Need to talk about something
calm down
we
already.
have collaborated upon previously.
Understood.
It's alright. I only have a little left. That's all.
Take your time. We'll wait to kick it off until you're done.
Rowan has gone to bed.
I caught on.
Yeah.
I'll fill him in later.
Malik wants you.
Understood.
Sorry, bud.
No, it's alright.
I find
talk
my.
later about it.
Mm. Were I to guess, stones, maybe. If Nyx is truly the stones in beneath the earth, or her tears, at least.
You wish to shoot him?
In the room. It's unlocked. As you asked.
It seems more and more going to be needing use of your counsel. First and foremost, I ask that When you used your ability on Jacqueline, Miss Hartland here, did you confirm she is no longer currently a shade?
No.
You can't confirm that.
After a time, I dispensed with it. There were questions I asked after. And she told me after that she was no longer. But I think I had only asked if she was Drozen prior. I may be mistaken.
Well,
I was sure that you asked it with the ability on, but I could be misremembering.
A great many things claim my attention, I'm afraid. If you would, If you would let you ask questions now, I can assist.
that would be probably for the best.
For what it's worth, I do think she's telling the truth.
Ask your questions, or I can just state it.
Are you now working as a shade?
I am not.
How long has it been since you've last spoken to an active member? Best estimate.
Yeah. This conversation is happening for a reason. You don't qualify.
Sorry?
If you are a shade, then the answer is about 30 seconds.
Of what you think I may or may not be, how long has it been since you've spoken with a shade?
Perhaps 3 or 4 years, but it wasn't. He was trying to get information out of them. Not in terms of working with them.
It's time than I might have thought.
And you are not currently gathering information to give to the shades.
I am not.
And I have no further questions.
The character?
It's all true.
He's being truthful. At least with the standard disclaimer, or she at least fully believes herself to be. Her responses are genuine and candid, if not necessarily complete. I can't tell whether someone tells me everything.
I hate to put the burden on you, Talia, but would you be able to use your ability twice and use it on Malik? I need to know if he's a shade or not. We're still working with them. I understand he was buried for many months, but that doesn't stop the possibility of it.
There are... As I see it, that's up to you.
I'd rather not have to worry about the dagger in my throat while I try to sleep. So ask your questions.
Are you still a shade?
No.
Were you once the Holy Dragon?
Yes.
Do you still have any loyalties to the Shades or those who are, well, allies to them?
None still living.
Understood. That's all.
As far as I can make out, his answers are candid as well.
Understood. Thank you, Talia.
Should I go?
You may. Thank you for your time.
Of course.
You know, little rift beast to the big ones, how dangerous are they?
Hell's bells, it's unpleasant to look at him.
Not the worst.
What if beast always looking you up?
Is it that bad?
So pretty big.
Hmm?
We're talking about war claws. Apparently, they're something native to northern Droza.
Talk.
Oh, the things.
It is.
I mean, they sounded cool. I don't know if I actually want to meet one in hindsight now.
Of import to them.
A bit dangerous. Stay warm.
Are you cold?
A little bit.
You look it.
Then they are similar.
How do you mean?
Yeah, I mean the sun's down. I don't know. I would have put more fur in the coat if I had time, but I didn't really think about it till now. So I gotta find Lorium. We're doing dinner.
I was asked to confirm the answers she gave to some questions.
He's always running around somewhere.
And I will still wait here just in case.
Hurry back.
Alright. Sorry.
If you pick a fight, you'll lose.
Sorry. Run. You probably think
Not
so.
everything requires fighting.
Probably.
Running around as well.
Perhaps.
Hey, Talia.
Yeah, and I think
Hell,
that's a good
Magnus.
idea.
And I would not fight without a
They
challenge.
got us working on like.
I'm not.
Well, we recently got pulled in by Alchemy on some kind of project to try and make their
Were you looking for someone?
for a non-magic
Weapon
rift beast
infusion
weapon work.
bottles, so that the hopefully common folk can use it. Ones that aren't going to join Rosewood's faction. The others, you know, just somebody who can get it from an alchemist, put it on the weapon, and make it very cost effective as well as an interest that Rin had. So they were coming to us because it seemed they weren't able to make a lot of progress in the last year developing liquid.
I was thinking if we just got a porous
I'm
mixture
unsure if I
and
completely
had that-
understand, but
Miss?
to my understanding of the question you're
maybe
asking,
you would, maybe it could like hold
my
the liquid
religion
better.
affects my day-to-day.
Have you found a tutor yet?
As anyone else.
I mean, as long as we find the material.
My
I
religion
found a
is
woman in Helma,
that
but
affects everything.
I'm unaware of her capabilities with healing the side of divine. But at the moment, I need to awaken my pathway anyway, so.
That are rather abnormal compared to
Then I'm sure she can be as good a tutor as any in that capacity. She's quite skilled in the use of divine magics. Though,
So I've witnessed.
she is not a healer.
A crime is still a crime, and as such is
Understood, miss.
to the.
I'll definitely try and speak to someone else about healing.
From anything from a slap on the wrist.
There's a. Can you read?
Yes, I am.
There's a sign in the medical wing. Describes what people's capabilities are magically.
Understood, miss.
Might be of use.
And if you can't read,
but-
there are pictures.
Just was a curiosity.
Understood. I'll make sure to tell Seethe all this.
But do you find your religion affecting your day-to-day?
I don't think you'll not do anything.
Has all has caught everyone on Terra up about things yet?
We're having a group dinner, though, so I don't doubt that we're going to be having that conversation then.
That, at least, is fortunate.
I was waiting for you to join there. I don't wish to be the... Apologies for dragging you
Go.
back.
Is this Rin's meeting?
Affects my life all the time.
Yes.
Okay.
The whole reason why I'm here is to.
I will admit I'm getting tired of talking. Oh, there's Talia.
Hail, Rin.
There's a baby booster seat over there if you want it.
Really?
Yeah.
From you as well. Ah, no end to it.
Rounding off because I'm not using it.
Alright, since Rowan's not here and I haven't seen Lethariel all day, I'm just gonna kick this off.
He's a bed.
Turn around as you need be. Murtash.
Yeah.
As I'm sure some of you are aware, and as I'm sure some of you are not aware, Murtash is a fucking conundrum, I think is the best way to put it.
Yeah.
The boy spews up blood randomly. He doesn't tell us. He seems to have hot flashes and loses track of what he's doing. He's just sort of a mess. And then, of course, the two big things is the blood samples we took grew fungus. Back in Norandal. And when we gave him an antifungal potion, he was in pain. His hair started going black. Do you remember what else was fucking happening? Like, he was looking in a rough way, wasn't he?
Yeah.
His eye color also changed.
If you've ever seen someone waste away from a disease over time, it was like that, but in, like, moments.
Now, this is where things get a little silly. As I'm sure some of you are also aware, he doesn't understand where babies come from. He doesn't understand how families work. He doesn't understand how reproduction works. And in fact, anytime we bring up the discussion, I don't know if you've caught on to this, he always inquires if it's possible for one parent to produce a child. And when we give him the answer, he is always confused about it and insists that we're wrong somehow. On top of that, his headband is from an alchemical guild and from...
What?
The headband he wears is that of an alchemical guild that works out of Swainpole, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
He did state that he was from there.
But his headband, multiple alchemists now, both in Norandal and Kaba apparently, have pointed out that his headband belongs to that guild. Moreover, that they're currently still active. And this is where we get even weirder. This is where we start entering into hypothetical theories. Who here knows what a homunculi is?
I've heard a couple of things, but
So, I'm a little shaky on it myself. The gist of it, though, is it is allegedly one of the great alchemical works. An artificial human being created from one parent feeding something blood for the full 9 months of gestation. I think Murtesh is a homunculi.
this might sound silly, but for a moment I was worried that you were going to say that Murtesh was a mushroom.
Oh, I think they used mushroom as the matter to make him, which would explain why
She doesn't know.
his blood samples.
Yeah. We grew mushrooms from his blood.
And antifungal medicine literally killed him, or was killing him.
We tried to make a...
Didn't we feed him a mushroom to stop it?
Yeah. We mixed the... We thought it was a poison of some sort, and that was the source of his illness, so we mixed it into an antitoxin potion, hoping that it might clear his blood, as a sort of improvised medicinal cure. It didn't. It almost killed him. We gave him some of the mushroom, which, as a note, he is particularly not fond of. So we didn't tell him, but we gave him some of it.
More of those mushrooms that you grew. I'm quite
We have a
familiar with
sample of
them.
his blood right over there from Rowan this morning. Theoretically, we could grow some more.
I'm familiar with mushrooms. I was able to... One of my spells is based off of the spores that some of them create. I might not be able to determine the exact kind, but I could determine some features of it.
Better than most of us have ever had, I think.
But yeah, I know this all sounds fucking insane, I'm aware. But on a whim the other night too, I may have mentioned to him the concept of a homunculus, and he seemed strangely interested in it.
Is it... To play the counter.
Go for
it. He had one parent of some description?
I don't know, but anytime he talks about reproduction, he doesn't understand the concept of why one person couldn't, and seems to be stuck on that idea. Like, no, this is how it's done.
You recall the conversation we had when we tried to explain this to him back at the academy?
Yes, but I've had to explain sex to several people here by now. Oh.
Okay, he didn't think babies were real. I'm just gonna bring that up. And whenever he mentions about how he says he's 11 sometimes. Has anyone else caught that?
He also says that he ate rocks for a month. I believe neither of these things.
That might be true.
That I knew. Yeah.
Or he could just be
I'm starting to think. Could be.
A lot of things make sense, as you have said, if this is true. A lot of things also make sense if he is, well, stupid.
Let's take the wolf. Let's ignore the vampire story. We're not getting into it. Let's ignore the vampire story. Let's focus on the wolf story. He talks about how a pack of wolves
hell.
tried to eat him. They stopped.
Vampire. Fucking hell.
What if he was made of mushroom? That would make sense why they would stop. It would also make sense if he was actually consuming dirt, if he was a mushroom. Like, I'm tempted to go get a handful of dirt and feed it to him and see if that works in helping making him better. Like, I don't fucking know.
No, because most mushrooms would grow off of rotting material, not just dirt.
I wouldn't know.
And
I've never
I am
cultivated them.
confident if I just walked up to Murtesh with a handful of dirt and said, "Hey, eat this," I'm pretty sure he would just do it.
What was that, Philia?
Would this have something to do with why he doesn't bathe?
Have you ever seen him without his clothes on? All of them.
Not without his undergarments. No.
I've only ever seen him down to his pants, you know? You think he... like...
To be honest, if you were to tell me that there was a mushroom there, it would be about as consistent as the rest of everything here.
Wait.
So...
Is that actually true?
No.
Oh.
The reason you were told what you were is that a man's penis looks remarkably similar to a mushroom.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Caleb.
Hail,
Were
Gallup.
you just listening in? I just got to the part where mushrooms look like penises. They are rather phallic in nature. What's going on?
Murtesh.
British? Oh yeah.
On the topic of it, and the progression, I had been treating him daily. I haven't in probably a week. He'd been improving in that sense. It seemed easier to heal him, and it was less to heal over time, but his condition has worsened.
So, let us assume the theory, the homunculi theory. I think I've run it by you before. Okay.
Yes,
I think Murtesh is an artificial human made with mushrooms. I'm pretty sure we've talked about this before.
I believe it.
Okay.
Maybe the mushrooms are keeping him alive. So.
What do we do if that is true?
If you were treating him
what are we supposed to
over
do?
time and it was getting better.
Magically.
And the theory of him just... Yes, that may just mean that he truly is rotting away and the mushrooms are eating away at his actual body.
Well, potentially. I mean, he coughs up blood and collapses.
With relative frequency.
How often is it happening now?
I caught him just the other day. I forget what we were doing, but he was just sitting there and in med bay. He stopped responding. Remember? He was complaining about a headache.
Do you remember the headache? I wasn't there for that part.
Yeah.
No.
He did what he always does. Like, oh no, I'm fine.
Fine.
Can one make alcohol from mushrooms?
I think it's called kombucha.
Yeah.
Okay.
You won't like.
Well, if you're willing to, try to forcibly dose him with the mushroom.
I mean,
I don't think we're morally above that.
nah, I could do it.
Yeah.
I list these things not because, medically speaking, there's very little to contribute here. If you are correct, then, yeah, alchemy is where the answers lie. I mean, physiologically, physiologically, a lot of plants have similar enough things. I mean, he bleeds, so
Again, I think he is a person. It's just.
Does he feel pain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he does all the people stuff. I just, also some extra stuff with it.
Gallop,
Like
have you
eating
ever
rocks
seen him
or not.
naked?
Nah, only just always had his underwear on.
How do you
gonna,
all
like, strip him or?
No.
I mean, it was just stated that he doesn't bathe, so I doubt that there'd be a reason for him to.
We've been in the
dress
bathhouse
completely
before,
by
but
the
yeah,
sounds of
no,
it.
he's usually underwear.
How have they never?
Listen, we're not
make it
all a
either.
sorority
No.
like y'all, okay? We don't all fucking, know where all the birthmarks are.
Like, I'll pants him. I'll
You
find
all
out
are
if
so
that's, like,
strange
you wanna
about
see if he has, like,
nudity.
genitalia or not.
No, well, I mean, it might.
Naked. Like, fucking,
The-
does that make me weird? Am I the asshole?
This would.
It might give us a good clue as to what's going on with him.
I mean, maybe, but this is sort of like under the supposition that this would explain some of why he has such a difficult time understanding sex.
What are we checking? Why are
He
we
didn't have a
getting him
penis.
naked? Is it that we're gonna see if he has a penis or a mushroom?
Or anything?
If he does.
I have no idea. I mean, it doesn't necessarily tell us anything. Hello, we're discussing the Murtash situation.
Hiya.
He's a mushroom.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to go?
It doesn't matter to me. You know most of it, I think.
You say if you want.
Okay. So
We have to find out if he has a penis.
Okay.
to avoid talking about seeing Murtash naked,
Winter, if you could step out.
Oh, understand.
I'll keep them out.
Is the alchemy lab popular? None of you cared before.
No, don't leave the room.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am. Okay.
you.
He's trying to get out of here.
mushroom, If you could, maybe there's something to be learned there. If you can feel it out.
If we're able to produce any specimens of such, I'll be able to check at them. Along with that, there's a few other botanists on board. Blake, I believe his
This
name.
is ridiculous. How is this our life?
Honestly, this is relatively. It could be worse.
It could be worse. We could be having, sleeping communes with gods or something.
Oh yeah. Imagine having that. But no, earlier Murtash was like, if there was a gorilla on the airship and you had to survive for 24 hours and it could cast second circle spells, could you survive? And it dawned on me that given the rift beasts we've fought before, that is actually a realistic situation we as a group could be in at some point. And that really fucked me up.
What's a gorilla?
Is that why he was asking how he can try and create a gorilla?
Like a
out
big
of
man.
magics?
monkey.
He was asking to create the gorilla because, of course, he was.
Specifically to fly. I don't know why he wants a flying gorilla, but he wants
That may
one.
have been our fault.
Yeah, no, that we put that in his head. I thought it would be really funny.
Do you know what this thing is?
Have you ever seen a gorilla? It's like a
fucking large ape.
So
It's
it's like
like it's
Imagine me, but hairier and longer arms.
That is not quite a good way to phrase it, but
it's pretty close.
No, I'm right.
Is this a Severica subtype? Or an animal?
Yes, it's just a
It's an animal.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like yeah.
I think Shio,
Yeah, Shio. Yeah, how
if he
he's
was
like half
Caleb's
monkey?
size,
Yeah,
that'd be
Fair
what
enough.
we got.
yeah.
no tail.
Yeah, those, yeah.
I saw a few
Yeah,
in
no
the
tail,
jungle
no
once.
tail.
They were quite intimidating.
I saw one in the market. I told my dad I want to fight that, and then I went to fight it. I got my ass kicked, and
Don't mind me.
yeah, I could easily fight it now, though. I could easily take on a gorilla.
one last question for medical, non-Murtash related. We have a blood sample. We'll fuck around with it. We'll see if we can cultivate some new mushrooms. She said, "Don't mind me."
I didn't hear that. My apologies.
Is there anything in particular that medical would like alchemy to start cooking up? I've already instructed a bunch of new people interested to restock health, mana, and resistance potions. So that will be stocked up and good to go. Cut down on frostbite, help with mana consumption, help with clotting. Is there anything else you guys would like to see cooked up?
Not that I can think of.
You got antitoxin?
I mean, those are always important to have on hand, but
Do resistance potions work both ways towards heat and cold? Because depending on what we might be finding in a crater, we might need heat.
It won't make you immune to like fire. It just makes certain things more bearable and will prevent
More tolerable.
frostbite or heat stroke.
I'm quite unfamiliar with potions, I admit, so... No,
it serves this resistance function serves the same purpose as the. It serves the same purpose as the thing you're wearing.
Oh, now I get it.
It helps you remain warm through your own heat.
So,
understood.
An emergency case would be someone falls into some water, we get them out, give them a resistance potion just to keep them stable. Keep them from going into shock and all that.
One of these days.
The no for Ollie sign really works, so maybe something like that. Knock before entering? I don't know. But alright. If you think of anything, I had a meeting with Aether Tech and I had a meeting with Alchemy trying to get shit going, so feel free to ask. We're at your disposal.
Can't think
Alright,
of. Some people might have issues with cracked skin. The air's drier there than people are going to be used to.
You want me to make moisturizer?
I don't know. You want to know what medical has need of, and people's hands are going to be bleeding.
I can make lip chap. We're gonna need that. Get some
What?
wax for the lips.
Yeah, we could do
You know
that.
how when it's cold and dry, your lips crack and they start bleeding?
Ah,
wax
yes.
can help prevent that.
Okay. Yeah.
Alright.
I did make that
Just
for my mom
comfort
once. I
shit.
can do that.
There you go. That's your project, Caleb.
Woo, lip balm. You want glitter in it? I can put glitter in it.
You do have a lot of glitter.
I can't believe that I convinced them to make moisturizer.
I had to change Gambeson's.
It's definitely not just a shitpost.
Alright. If y'all got shit to do,
They got me.
thank you.
What
I appreciate it. And if I get any other
Through
ideas
Shane.
or confirmations
Through
with
Shane,
the
too.
Murtash thing, I'll let medical know.
If there's anything you need a healer for, let me know. But I'll be honest, I have been neglecting it for lack of time more than anything.
Like I said the other day, team captain, I get it. Plenty of other capable people standing in this room right now that I can turn to if need be. Alright, gang. Go on, skedaddle.
I'll go keep my
I'm
eyes on
now
that.
afraid
head
of
when I see
something
it.
getting me.
What?
That poor boy.
Something.
He's
I
been
said
all cooped up. He's losing his mind.
Yep.
Fair enough.
They're going to get him. Them being the three stitches.
What?
I got caught by the three stitches earlier. I had to change Gambeson's, and I said they got me.
You remember
He's-
when we landed in Kaba?
All
When he
right.
was covered in glitter? Three stitches got him.
Got it.
They got me again. I was in the freezer just trying to grab an apple, and They crawled out of under the boxes like cockroaches and threw glitter at me and crawled
The
back. I
first
don't know where they
time
went.
was your fault because you had Lethariel summon the divorce in the middle of the bar, and you were.
I didn't. Lothario summoned the horse of his own volition.
Divine horse, divorce.
The fact that I wanted to sit on it, the horse made for people to ride, should have zero. Blame me for
You should
wanting
know
to ride a
better!
horse. Well, I didn't.
Current issues aside, there are a lot of things that I feel medical does poorly in keeping you up on. If there are things you would like to know, please feel free to let me know. I can try to walk you
I can
through
make
the
some
important
lip balm, get
things.
some glitter in it. We got like some
Yeah,
oranges. I could put some like citrus in it. And
If
taste like
possible, I'd like to look through especially the notes on the research that we've done into devouring.
Yeah.
Along with everything going on with Mortash.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how much we have in the way of notes,
the wristband thing.
but on the Murtash thing, on the devouring thing,
fix that
I'll
when you need to.
get things for you tomorrow.
I didn't realize there were so many fucking Aether
Thank you.
technicians.
Oh yeah, no, a lot of them are all about that, like technology.
And then you put on like you wash yourself, and then afterwards you put on like moisturizer.
Chef. I don't know.
You picked up more coffee.
Alright, well, let's get you fed too, auxiliary.
Sure.
Hello.
Hello.
Winter wants to talk to you.
Am I weird?
Is there anyone in the library?
No.
No, I was just in there. There was an orc in there, but then it was gone.
They don't even have a
I don't think you're weird.
I
I've somehow not seen any of them. If you'd like to talk, Winter, we can. Yes.
Okay. Are we sure we want to talk in the library? The purple thing was in there.
It'll be fine.
So I heard there's a gold one too.
Even having realistic
To be honest with you, if Shoth wants to listen in, they'll listen in.
Right. I don't know where it's comfiest.
Wherever. If you'd like to sit or stand or what have you.
Sit. I feel like something. Lenny and I are dating now.
You talked again then?
Mm.
All right.
And she warned me that like if I like hurt her at all that you would kill me and such. Or Lothario. But more importantly that there's still a level of distrust between us.
I think I have spoken with you little enough that it is no surprise to you why there are suspicions.
I understand.
When I say that if you bring harm to them, I don't mean if you break her heart.
I understand.
That's between the two of you, as far as I'm concerned. There is. Hail,
Just
Connor.
wanted to let. Hello, Talia. If you see any other members of Ventus, food is ready, and so we have a wide variety of food down there.
I think almost all of my team is out on the deck, but
Okay.
Thank you.
To you. So.
Mm. I could verify whether you're being honest with me. But I think it would be unfair to Elenia, and probably to you.
What do you mean?
I could ask you questions and I would know if you were lying. I wouldn't.
Like a guess, or.
Hmm?
Or how?
The magical talent.
Oh.
I could. But I don't intend to. That said, if there are things you have not been... Because Elenia wants to trust you. And to some extent, that is her decision to make. She has no say in my love for Lothariel. And I only get as much say as a sister might. But I say this because if there are things you have been less than honest with her about, you would do well to tell her.
I've told her everything. I mean, being in love with her was the last of it.
Is it that, love?
It is.
Have you ever been in love?
I have.
He hasn't. Though I suspect you know that.
I know. Yes, since you told me.
I know that I have not consistently made You have little enough reason to trust me. I know. And it is not... Apparently, Elenia has informed you about comments that I made, intending it for her ears, but... I do not harbor any ill will towards you, in particular. We're not friends or close, certainly, compared to you and Elenia. But that is more that there are many things. I have had but a few moments today of time that were not spent performing the duties that I have. I give far less than enough time to the friends that I already have.
I'm sorry to take you away from them like that.
This is important. Do you have concerns about me?
I don't think so.
Fair enough.
I feel like if I did, then I wouldn't be talking with you right now. I'd be avoiding you, like, with a Vesper or something.
Vesper said so. Does he know?
He does.
Barrett.
When he returned, and I was looking his way, then he asked me if any of my friends were around his neck.
He said what?
He asked me if I saw any of my friends.
Did you
I
retaliate?
later talked with him about it. No.
Pity.
I haven't done anything to him, but we were watching some cat dance bar, and I talked with him then further about it.
Mm-hmm.
Not wanted to see them up close. To see if my sister was among them or something, and he told me that he knew about me, and that he was informed, and that he wasn't going to do anything yet, as it wasn't a threat or anything.
As things go, I suspect that in a lot of ways he is a much greater threat than you.
And then he was talking about the trust that he broke by running off and doing whatever he wanted. And how I tried for him to go off.
We called him brother once. She was inducted into his clan for a time. His clan? His tribe? I don't know what they're called. You know she thinks highly of me. If I were to betray her such that she stopped calling me sister, it would be the same. He's an asshole and an arrogant fool. But he is dangerous.
I'm keeping an eye on him.
That's
for
good.
myself and for Lenia.
Mm.
I hurt both of you by lying so much. I wish that I could have taken the younger me and, I don't know, shook herself awake or something.
Had I been more thoughtful at the time, I would have seen more. I should have known better. You... You were quite literally beaten into a particular shape. That is a difficult thing to set aside. The lack of trust in us was hurtful, but I understand it. I suspect I understand it to a greater degree than Elenia, though, in fairness, hers was greater trust broken.
Has she told you everything?
I don't know. She's not told me much in particular. If you or she wish that I know, you are more than welcome and able to tell me. But does my not knowing endanger the lives of my team?
I don't believe so.
Does my not knowing endanger Elenia?
I don't believe so either.
Then as far as I'm concerned, it's your decision. And I think enough people have tried to extract details from you already.
Mm. I can't remember if I asked before, but before my sister and I ended up in Puffendor, our mother had taken a business trip to Kenvale. And then the city fell. And we never heard back from her. All we heard back was something about Rosewood or whatnot if they tried to save them or something.
Rosewood was contracted to visit the outskirts of Kenvale and to destroy an owlbear population there. It was to be the first real encounter with a dangerous entity for us.
Mm.
Do you know what owlbears are? I don't know how common they are here. It's a large hulking creature. Some of the modestly sized rift beasts, the ones that might scrape the ceiling, are about the same size, give or take.
Oh, okay.
They're large creatures. I've not seen one in a long time. But we'd gone for that purpose, and on our first night, we'd been attacked by bandits. Some of our resources were low already. And then the rift opened. As I understand it, go on.
Do you know if there were any survivors?
Some. Not many. We made our way into the city. It's my understanding that my understanding that the rift itself was in the upper or noble... I don't know if it was a nobility district or a wealthy district or something like that. We went in to try to help people, but a bunch of us were wounded. Lothario lost his leg. We holed up in a church and managed to extract from the city, but most of those that were not out of the city at that point probably didn't make it. Did get some civilians out, and I know that there were other survivors as well.
Was there a winter among them?
I wouldn't have bothered to ask for a last name.
Or Miriam, or Holly, or what was the other one she liked using? Catherine, I think. Sometimes she would use like pseudonyms.
What did she look like?
I don't remember. Average height. She had, I think, pink hair. The last time I saw her, she had this silly feathered hat that my sister and I made fun of her for. She said she wanted to pick up some maps or something. I don't remember. But I remember a nice pat on the head and saying that she'd be back soon. And then we never saw her again.
Light hair and long. Not as long as yours, perhaps.
No. She said that it was beautiful and I shouldn't cut it.
But hers was long. Longer than mine or Lothariel's or... There was a woman. Not when the city fell. But we returned there later. It was a source of aetherite, and we knew where we could find some. And we sent teams, 3 of them, 3 of us, back to go and excavate what supplies we could and bring them back to the ship and depart. It was meant to be the work of a day, that we would be gone almost immediately. It seemed relatively safe, all things considered. When we got to the caves, there was a woman there. As you've described, more or less. And with blonde hair. At least I would have thought so. I mean, it didn't seem possible that someone could even have lived there that long. She called herself Holly. I don't think I asked for a last name. She called herself Holly.
What happened with her? What happened with her? Was she okay? Talia?
She had the devouring. We took her with us for a time. And by the time that we found her, it had already spread onto her chest. We took her with us. It was my hope that once we got back to the ship and had the time to rest, that Angel and I might have tried something. But the ship was destroyed by a rift beast and we were trapped there. I thought we had more time. So we conserved our energy because we had to go into the city for the day. She came with us. I don't know if it was the proximity to the rift or... She turned. She turned. There was nothing we could do. I failed her. I'm sorry.
Thank you for telling me this.
I am not certain at the resemblance, but I do think that I remember her asking about maps. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm very sorry. Is there aught I might do for you? I could bring Elenia. I'll find her.
Really? Did many struggle with it?
Yeah, apparently some people were like Slayer or something like that.
Or maybe it's so deep.
It's pretty
Have you perhaps
I'd
seen
like to
Elenia?
avoid it.
No.
Okay.
Who are you talking about, you or other people?
Elenia. Elenia.
Oh, right. Yeah, he got your...
Elenia.
He thought your name was Soren.
Elenia!
Oh! Hello.
Come with me right now.
Hello?
Do you remember Holly when we were in Kenbell?
Yes, the one that turned into the devoured.
It was Winter's mother.
Personal reasoning.
What?
I think it was her mother. She asked me about survivors. And mentioned the name Holly. I don't remember asking for her last name. But Winter
Did
made
you
mention.
tell her this?
Yes. She needs you. She's in the library. I told her I would fetch you. But I wanted you to know.
How?
I don't know for sure. But I mean, the hair and the demeanor. I told her everything. She needs you. Go.
Okay.
At the end of the day, I don't actually care.
Here.
Keep your secrets.
No, you can all lie down. I can just look up.
They matter not to me.
Just look up from here.
So be it.
Do you have a hard head?
Do any of the three of you have anything you might ask of me?
So you have a hard head.
I know I've spoken little enough with you throughout the day.
Learning so much about you, then.
You've been busy. Quite popular,
I mean,
actually.
comparatively, a lot of people are super tall.
It seems a growing pattern, I'm afraid.
Still partying.
And if any of that was important, then no.
None of it to you, I think. Jacqueline, I know I yet owe you a conversation on things, but I also know that it may not be the time now. If you want, I will make it for you. It's your choice, but...
And it's also yours too. You've been, as Aurelia says, you're very popular.
It's not likely
As
to
far as I
abate
understand,
much.
You've been spreading yourself ragged recently.
I'm not yet what I would call tired.
Right.
We can speak.
Then let us speak.
Hey, I'm curious.
If I don't see you two for the rest of the night, have a good night. Well, 3.
What do you think about Angel?
Take care. Wherever you want to go.
There are people everywhere.
Yeah, he is.
They're
Hey guys.
El Terra.
Jackson, Penny.
Am I interrupting?
We're about to go find a conversation, or a spot for a conversation. Do you need something?
Gotcha. Okay. No, I'm just looking for people.
Has Solace filled you in on the meeting from 2 days ago?
He told us that there were people having visions, and we quickly recapped exactly what that could have been. He said that he had a fluxing headache for a lot of it, so he may not have been entirely clear on what was occurring, and that we should ask you as well.
Okay. If you have questions, yes, feel free to ask.
Okay. I mean, the best guess I have is that there were people who had visions and dreams, and the dreams...
It's just more dream stuff, and either
yeah.
believe it or don't believe it, and don't
Yeah.
interact with orbs
I don't know
and
if
all that
does,
fun jazz.
does that interact with anything on our plan of approach when it comes to this?
It adds more urgency to chase the tier, but that's it.
Oh, fuck. Do we know if it's so it's a tier specifically? It's not like
That I call it a tier. It is
Okay.
what is left of Luna.
Okay. Is there a chance that someone else can take it? Or
Almost
has taken
certainly.
it? Fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hell,
Well, I think
Wait,
that
so we're almost certain that somebody else has the thing we're going after?
We should operate under the assumption that there are at least multiple other interested parties trying to do so.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what we were doing.
I assumed so. The only other probably adjustment to that plan then is probably just that I heard Luca and some others talking about maybe scouting the area first, so that we knew what we'd be dealing with. I don't know how long we can afford to do that. Probably not an entire day.
I think
But,
they
never
mean
work
with the
a
ship.
telescope from the sky. Yeah. That said, I don't know if another Palvandorian ship is going to give chase to us, so which I think could be likely.
You mean
It's difficult to know.
I understand now.
But
Yeah. Well, anyway, those are my thoughts. So just let me know if you want me to drive south.
Even though I'm not airborne, I'm still willing to help if you need it, okay? But for
Of
now,
course.
I'm gonna go get ready to work on other people's clothes because some of us can't handle the cold very well, and I want to make sure that everybody's ready.
if you run short on fur, I have a large amount of fabric that
I'll never
is
be
of
short on
northern
fur.
fur. So, for the clothes, Sonny.
I know, I'm just teasing Talia. Gotta make light of every situation. That's how we cope.
I suppose so.
Also, that braid looks really cute.
Thank you. Lethariel helped with it. I can't claim much credit.
Well, they did a very good job. All the same. See you all. Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Bye, Jacqueline.
Take care, Sonny.
French fries? How you doing?
Oh, let me get the door then. Let me get the door for you then.
Sit or stand as you wish, doesn't matter to me.
Right. Sounds like you've had a day and a half.
It is a constant at this point.
You don't take time for yourself?
When I can.
You should make it a common habit. Or you won't be able to help anyone. Balance is needed in everything, but that's another conversation.
If the things I often dealt with could wait, I would be more willing to push them aside. But, well, for example, your conversation with Malik was not the only one that was rather a matter of life and death today.
Apologies about that again.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm glad I was able to allay his concerns.
Only mine.
Hmm.
God's.
I suspect that at some point, and to some extent, you have been caught up on at least broadly the affairs of the captain's meeting 2 days ago.
No, not really.
Okay.
There were dreams, there were visions. You mentioned that something had to do with Judana. That others had visions of her. Dreams of her, with her.
Mertesh and Elenia had a dream of Judana, a meeting with her, a conversation. Yuki and Angeal met with the entity called Seethe. Seethe made clear to the latter two that there is no longer a desire for balance, as the goal. Instead, what our adversary, and I use this term, our adversary, the adversary, it is largely unclear who exactly we are fighting against. It's possibly Arena, it's possibly just Shoth. But Shoth made clear that the new goal is that there will be peace when all is still and the divine has been destroyed.
I see. So this shot of Arena, they want all the destruction of everything that is divine.
Which is to say, all that is life.
Or life.
Hmm.
Yes. Not great.
Not particularly, no. Shoth uses a term Patel to refer to their mother figure. We believe that's Arena.
Right.
Jordana told us that the tier we are following is what's left of Luna, and that we need to follow it, and that we need to get it before the Abyss does. And then maybe we have a chance. I don't really know why.
That makes sense. Well, we need to get it before the Abyss, of course, because otherwise it'll be destroyed. That's at least self-explanatory.
Yes.
At least from what I know about those of the Abyss.
In a rare stroke of luck, that's already what we were doing, so for once in this whole thing, we are a bit ahead of our adversaries. However, well, fair enough. This all is believed by Jordana to be the result of an affliction, an infection, a disease, a injury upon Arena, inflicted upon during a fight between the two of them.
I see. A squabble between sisters.
Yes. Astria was their combined work.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Hmm.
I know bits and pieces regarding the gods and Celestians.
Yes.
And
There are various other miscellaneous facts. The first Prime was a creation of Jordana and is the first man, I guess. Holds a seat at the table, so to speak. Not of particular import.
The fact that the gods are interacting with us at all is still a shocker to me. But I suppose they all see us as pawns in their little game.
Maybe.
We don't get much of a choice.
I think people think of them as very distant from us. But all that we have seen is to indicate that they are much more similar than I think many expect.
Maybe. But the power between them and us is still great.
Of course.
And I don't think they would see us as the same way.
I think Jordana might, but only in a sense.
Maybe.
Jordana was inhabiting Alea Rosewood in some fashion. The term vessel was used.
Did she create this vessel?
No.
Did she take it?
The exact mechanism was not particularly thoroughly described. Alea Rosewood was once a woman. At a point, she became as well the vessel for Jordana. But the woman we met, I suppose you didn't, but we met.
As in the rest of you, yes.
Yes. Alea Rosewood was also within, in some form. I don't know the balance. I don't know the relative nature of this. The vessel part comes from Vesper, so take it with as much credence as you would normally give his words. But he believed her Jordana even before these most recent dreams, I think. Vesper made promises to Alea to keep secrets.
The Silver Heiresses were always very religious. I don't doubt it. I knew of the caravanserai that his family ran originally. That is where I left one of my little sisters, and when his fell, I lost her. Live or dead, I don't know. He doesn't know. He stated 2 groups came out of it, his group and another. Doesn't know where the other group is, but that's besides the point. So, dreams from gods.
And visions.
What does Jordana want us to do outside of just go after this tier?
Jordana hopes that balance can be restored. But she doesn't know how, and she doesn't know what in particular.
Has she conferred? Has she talked to Ordo at all? They are, after all, the Celestians of balance. Of Ordo.
According to Vesper, Ordo is with Arena.
Excuse me?
Ordo is with Arena.
What does that mean, Talia?
Unfortunately, Vesper was not inclined to ask clarifying questions. But I don't believe that any interpretation of it is favorable.
No, none of it is. It means that some of them could be dead or could be next to be dead. It could... I don't know.
I think the darker reality is that my interpretation would be they are aligned with.
I didn't want to think about that, honestly. But knowing the Church of Ordo, you might be right.
Each other when we need them.
Yeah.
Winter?
There's Talia. Hey, Talia.
Hi.
And there you go.
Elenia was looking for you. I don't know where Elenia is now, though.
Okay. I'll,
I will
Do you
take
want to
your advice
apologize?
into consideration.
It's fine. I'll find her after I have to finish this conversation.
Problem is
Thank
that
you.
I need to be funny
Okay.
about it, and then I can
That's worked for
self-degradate.
Do you need to take your leave, or is it something that can wait?
Elenia is apparently looking for me.
You can go to her if you must.
It will wait.
Usual stuff.
Yes.
Happens first.
I know where she was prior to this, and the urgency of that is not very high.
The thing to do with Winters, I'm guessing. She possibly mentioned it, but either way. Order aligned with Arena is horrible, but it's possible.
They
Such
seek
a warrior
balance.
wasn't known to be. They seek balance.
And there's too much of the
And they'll do
divine.
anything to achieve it. Where'd you get that information?
Shoth, amongst other things, but... Yeah.
It's okay.
Elenia?
So,
I mean, maybe.
hello.
I don't know.
All the same.
Is it okay in there? Is it private? Or...
Talking with Jacqueline and catching her up on things. I don't mind if you join, but...
Like I said,
Okay.
we're getting all this onto
I
that.
just wanted to say sorry for telling the truth. I did not know that
If we
it
can,
was
if we can
private
figure out a
between
way
us.
to do that, that would honestly actually probably be the best solution.
Maybe you
it
should
is.
have talked longer when I did that.
Hopefully we can bring them into fruition.
What it is.
Seems
It's
okay.
done.
You could paintably a good
Well, I'll
picture of
not
it.
do it again.
I already got to paint a picture for you.
It was appreciated.
So either you could have it on the inside, so it's not
I should get back to
obvious,
Jacqueline.
or we could have it on the outside.
Well, thank you for this wonderful commission of an idea.
It'll probably be done in the bar.
I will be sure to talk to
All
you
right.
about it.
I am so smart. I'm so smart.
Elena, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Is she
Vastage.
alright?
She's fine. She had needed to make a note on something from earlier is all.
Understood. But yes, it's possible. If that is what Shuff says is true, but I wouldn't believe any of the gods or higher beings at this point. They all tell, as any other person would, they all tell their side of the story.
Certainly.
And only the parts that make them seem to be in the right.
True. There's... I suspect that the idea that balance would be served by siding with Arena has merit. Additionally, I do not find it coincidental that Octavian returned around the same time as affairs developed.
I see. You're suspicious of him and thinks he knows more than he's.
I think he's a necromancer, for starters.
The Inquisitor, a necromancer. I apologize, Talia, but that is one of the most insane things I've heard today, and I've heard many insane things. But
We went to Linvale, and once there found a young man, perhaps my age, perhaps a little younger. Well, it was a year ago now, so... But not much more than a boy. He had apparently stumbled across... Linvale had a necromancer. She had inserted herself and was living more or less quietly, I suppose, there, out of view. We learned about it. We went, and eventually we killed her.
I see.
Which I find particularly frustrating, given that a excellent reason for simply blocking her and keeping her was that perhaps at some point a useful understanding of necromantic information would be helpful, and now the fucking shields are powered on this stuff. Not really, but close enough. Her death is fine. She was not a good person. And I do not mourn the deaths of those who are evil. I mourn simply that we might have made use of her.
Right.
And having had my wells blocked, even after I had magic, it's worse than death.
That's horrible. It is horrible. What happened to the boy? You brought him up for a reason.
Octavian, we found that he had a book that he had acquired from her lair, basement, something. The space under the hut that we burned to the ground.
Right.
Octavian took him aside, questioned him for a few moments, and then cut his head off. Took the book and departed almost a full day ahead of the rest of us. When we made it back to Rosewood, he arrived minutes before us. Which meant that he spent...
read the book.
I think that he said that none would even be able to read the book. And I think that he has consistently pushed students to develop occultic practices. He's the instructor of occult here, for those that practice. I think it makes as much sense that he made this decision as an inquisitor as it does that he wanted the information.
I don't know too much about the Inquisitors, to be honest.
Nor
know
I.
bits and pieces from what I was taught. But him killing the boy sounds in line with what normally occurs in the Church of Order. I was a lucky case. My wells were just blocked. They're the ones that did it.
He could have checked.
The boy... What happened to the boy is the norm. They don't like to take chances. And perhaps not everyone has the ability to check. I don't know. I'm not saying that what he did was right. I'm saying it is the norm within the Church of Order.
And the Church of Ordo may well be aligned with Arena. Shocking.
Yes. Yes, Talia. I know. It is something I am trying to grasp right now, but honestly isn't out of the question considering that...
Powerful figures within the Church of Ordo arrive to Kaba. Days later, a rift opens. Aetherite appears in moments. I think it's not a coincidence. I think he's probably involved.
Possibly.
Or at least knows more than is publicly disseminated.
That I know for certain. He certainly knows more.
He's had quite a few private meetings with smaller groups, and notably with Riley.
Yeah. I don't trust that man, and I don't like him either. I may believe still somewhat in Hefter and his goals and balance, but I do not believe in the methods. Hefter and the rest of Order, most of Order, believe balance and do not let anything sway them.
And yet their church.
They don't disappoint.
Their church lauds divine users of great power and slays occultists. Slays perhaps occultists who are less obedient.
Yeah.
He was removed from command for it. And prohibited from giving orders to the rest of us. I think that wasn't enough. As far as I'm concerned, he's a man that Malik is welcome to keep around if he wishes. That I cannot stop, but if he ever tries to kill someone like that again, I will kill him.
Be careful, Talia. I'm not...
I'll not
There are
allow
many
him to
people
kill
that would
another
step in my
child.
way. I understand that. But think about the bigger picture in this scenario. If you go against an Inquisitor, there are many people who follow him blindly on this ship.
Yes.
And they will raise their weapon against you.
Yes. And then I suspect they will be shouted down by the reasonable people who know that there are other options, and if they do not, they will fall with him.
I can't let one of those people fall. Can't let either of them fall. I'd rather not. But I know one won't listen to reason. If the Inquisitor says to side with him, she will.
Will you?
Question. No. No. But I will not kill either Riley or Helma.
I won't ask you to.
And I will make sure no one else kills them. Knock them out, fine, but not kill. We do not need needless death.
I think Octavian's death would not be needless. I do not think it necessary. But if I am correct, and he is working against us, and he did want to hoard the information for himself, he would not hesitate to have killed any one of us. More books were recovered by us.
Sure.
If he knew of that, I suspect he would kill those.
For balance.
Mm.
What they dictate is balance. What they dictate is right.
Just so.
Doesn't necessarily mean it is right.
We both know that...
hateful action.
We both know that more often than not, what decides things is who is stronger.
That is true.
Octavian would not defend them as they might him.
I know. At least I think so. Octavian stated something to Riley in regards to ensuring that that order rose against Carper thought was committed in some ways. Or at least it was looked into. But that's just because it aligns with their roles, I believe. Not because he cares for the singular individual, not because he cares for Riley. Just because he dictates that in that set of rules it was wrong. In the rules of order, and the laws.
Indeed. Before I wander too far from it and forget, Ivier also had a dream. Not a dream, rather a vision. Maybe a dream, it's unclear. He had one of the ones where there was not choice.
He told me.
And you know what he saw. Right, you told me about the vision.
Right. He didn't tell me details.
The depiction
But
matches that which is opposite of Giordano's depiction.
right.
He knows you're a shade. Or as a statement.
He does.
He said as much.
Ivia knows, you know, Malik knows, Lorium knows, unfortunately.
How'd that go?
He hit me in the face. I didn't escalate it. I think I escalated enough beforehand. I'm not proud of it. But he wouldn't take no for an answer when I said it wasn't me, and I would not tell him who it was because I had been told previously by others not to say. And I expected that he would know in time, and part of me expected him to immediately go after Saline and try to kill her. I'd rather that not happen.
Now I'm
I don't
confused.
need this blood.
You referred to the tree.
Yes. There were 2 conversations, I suppose.
Well, on my
What was the
list
first
of
one?
things that I do need to discuss with you is the tree, but go on.
There was the first conversation that went better than expected. He said that he would stay quiet, but he didn't trust me. Second conversation went worse, because he thought I was the one that lit the tree on fire. He began pointing fingers, and I said it wasn't me, and then he asked who was it, and I said I wouldn't tell him, that he would know in time from his captain, most likely. He wouldn't accept that as an answer. He said I was protecting them. Not
All
wrong,
this
not
is
completely
useless.
right. He is admittedly a hard captain. Many of them aren't great. There are a small handful of you that I truly do respect and would follow. He is not one. But yes. Lorium confronted me about it, I refused to tell him. The conversation continued to escalate when he refused to leave, and leave it at that. He dug into some wounds of mine, I dug into some wounds of his.
I suppose
And then he
that's
hit me in
fair.
the face with his hammer.
Are you injured?
The other side of it. No, it wasn't today. And Riley dealt with it. Riley doesn't know that I'm a shade, but knows that I have done hard things. I don't know completely if I could tell her. I know for certain I cannot tell Helma. She'd kill me in a blink of an eye. Vesper the same.
Mayhaps.
I'm certain of it, Talia.
Oh, I don't mean that they would try. They wouldn't try. Helma might be able to. I suspect you'd rip Vesper in half.
I don't know. In some ways, I think I can beat him in a fight. That's for sure. But
He fights dirty and
I don't know
carries
if I would
poisons.
fight back immediate. I don't know if I'd fight back immediately, to be honest. In some ways, the justice that he would want to deliver would be justified.
I don't really care what he thinks is justice. Feel free to kick his ass. Vesper is an untrustworthy and unreliable fool.
You really don't like him, do you? I understand that he caused strife with Yuki, but I don't understand the malice towards him. I understand that Elenia and he were once brother and sister, apparently, or something along those lines. She mentioned as much today.
Yes.
But I suspect that is no longer.
No. He betrayed basically everyone closest to him when he decided to remain in Beston. He also wanted to, poison and kill. There were pirates, and they came with a poison that was lethal and seemingly contagious. He wanted to go poison the Palvindorian supplies, such that they'd bring it back to Palvindor and a plague would begin.
He would kill hundreds of innocents, and people just torn into that war. I'm sure you're aware that there are many people that do not want to be a part of the side that they end up on. That they would forego it if they were given the chance. He's taking away that chance.
As I said, you and I both know that often strength is what matters in these things. I did a great many terrible things in my life.
As have I.
I've finally lost count of how many people I've killed.
I'm sorry. It's honorable. It's the fact that you tried to keep the number for so long. It just shows how much you value their lives and the ones you take. Even from the beginning of it all.
Yeah.
I didn't. By the time I did value a life, it was too late.
Yeah.
I suspect I've taken more than many of people on this ship.
Some have not killed any.
I know.
Which I suspect is going to kill some of them when we get to the north, but that's not my problem.
We can hope to maintain that innocence, but not if it ends up getting us all killed.
Ventus will survive it.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I'm not so sure.
Elenia would not rather not take a life, but she would.
They would take lives, but let's be honest. Talia, Ventus is a mess. It has potential, for sure, but it is a mess.
It is not organized as Luca might, or Rowan might, their teams.
Yes, I admit that, but that is not what I'm referring to. I feel like without you, at the end of the day, we'd end up tearing each other's throats out.
A captain other than me wouldn't run Ventus as I do.
A captain other than you would either be dead, or they would be ignored. Let's be honest here, Talia. Sorelia wouldn't, for a second... Well, if she didn't approve of something, she'd deal with it, I suspect. Yuki similar.
Yuki will do whatever is required to keep me alive. And Sorlier will do whatever is required for Avi.
Avi. That is a lot of that... That is what a lot of our team has in common. We'll do anything for the people we care about. I'll do anything for my sisters and have. Keep their dream alive.
Ventus was family once. We were all that way.
But it is no longer that. Perhaps between you and Elenia. I can see that sisterly bond between you two. But to be honest, I'm not sure who's the older or younger sister. A lot of the time.
I suspect she's older than me by a couple of years at least.
I suspect so, but I mean in mentality. There is there is a position, there is a role, there is a certain aura.
Elenia's life and mine were different.
From you than from her. As was all our lives. But I suspect you both had it rough. She's told me as much. You should look into giving her something, honestly. I talked to her today. In wood elf culture, there is something called a shantikin, a necklace that is given to a child when they are first born to signify their clan or their people, their family. She never got one. I know that she is only half, but still.
I know not what I could offer.
A token, maybe. Doesn't need to be exactly like a shantikin. Shantikin was a necklace made out of bits of jade. Bigger the jade, well, it showed the wealth of the family.
Well.
To have a child with a bigger jade than you was an honorable thing, but it doesn't need to be that. Could be a token. To show that you were one and the same, even without blood.
Thank you for the advice.
Anytime. I had sisters. I have a sister still. I understand. But yes, the topic of the tree you said you wanted to touch on. If there is still time.
Yeah, Riley came into the meeting and said that the whatever the hell whispering voice is that command them do things.
Entity, whatever the fuck it is.
Probably Shoth, to be honest, but whatever it is.
I want to strangle it, honestly.
I suspect that is a fight you would lose.
I suspect as well, but it doesn't stop me from wanting to. Do you want me to begin from the beginning, or from the part where Saline That's the trouble.
I know very little of what happened within the city. All I know is that I was told that Saline was likely to burn the tree, and then I exited the ship, and Elenia said that they were hunting for you. And other than that, I know basically nothing.
Okay, from the start, I guess, then. Would be best.
Dearly.
The three started hearing voices. I was amongst them, because I was sticking near Riley the entirety of the day. At first, it was things along the along the line of, I think she was coming again. I have to talk to Riley about it to remember properly, but she was coming, and the voices seemed excited. They also noticed Blake off in the corner, clutching their head. Got the same correlation. They were being pacted. When the four were there, they started feeling a pull to go to the city. Riley stated that they would inform Umbra. I went after Saline as she was immediately willing to leave the airship. Started walking. I assumed if Riley was to inform Umbra that the rest would be informed in time. The captains included.
Yeah, she made it into our meeting.
I just wanted to stop Saline. Yes. Helma, I think, stayed on board. I didn't see her leave the ship. Later on, I think she locked herself in a room. I'm not sure. But I followed Saline off the ship. Riley followed after me. Told me to go after Saline. She went back on board. I went after her. I was informed earlier not to try to directly stop them, as they were inflicted with harm. Do not let the entity know that you were trying to stop them. So I tried the reason with Saline. I told her to wait for the others. Tried to buy time. Hoped that one of the captains or a healer or someone would come by. But she kept on walking. Every time I put a hand on her shoulder. She walked to the torches outside of the city and grabbed one. Immediately I had a sense of what was about to happen. But still I kept to my promise of not to interfere physically. I tried to, at least. I kept on trying to reason with her, kept on giving those chances. She went behind the tree and lit the torch. I put my hand on her hand and tried once again to reason with her. She tore that hand away and threw the torch. I tried to catch it. I wasn't fast enough. I then saw the torch hit the tree. I went on the rocks and called out for everyone to grab water because it was bound to spread quickly. No, it's idiotic. It immediately ties me to where the torch was thrown, but I'd rather wanted the tree to live. I thought maybe we could salvage it. Before it all spread, but it spread awfully fast, and Saline, by the time I got back, Saline was gone. That actually brings me to another question. If I had caught that torch, Talia, I think I would have done everything to stop her. Done what I could have, at least. I was hesitant at first because of the pain that the others I knew were in, and the pain that I know that would inflict upon her. I don't know if this entity is willing to kill them or not. And if they are, I'd rather that not happen. But the other two resisted. Saline did not.
Yeah. And because of it, Kaba fell.
Drastic. Yes. If she does anything more drastic in future, Talia, I think I might drive my sword for her back. If I were to do that, would I be shunned by you and the rest of my team? Would you support me?
Oh, by the rest of the team, I have not the slightest. I suspect not.
But you... Do I have your support on this, Talia?
If the members...
Will I be condemned?
If the members of Rosewood were more willing to make difficult decisions, but necessary ones, Cabo wouldn't have fallen, as I'm sure it has by now. We heard that rift as we passed over the mountain, and there was Aetherite in that cave.
I know.
Many will have made it to the boats. Most won't have. You'll have my support. But only if I think it was really what was needed. If I think you've killed her to kill her, that's a different matter.
I understand.
But yes, you'll have my backing.
Thank you.
I would argue by a long shot. And likely Helma after that. Well, no.
Not Helma by a bit.
It's a complicated thing.
It is, but she has a will. She will do what she thinks is right, no matter what. Even if it kills her.
Fair enough. I would also point out that there are non-lethal means of dealing with.
I know. But I suspect if I knock her out, and if the whatever affliction they have continues to hurt them when they're not doing the task, even when they're unconscious, well, I'm sure she'll be dead in a matter of minutes anyway.
A healer could
I'm
treat
not
them
trying to
if
knock her
present,
out.
but...
I will try to knock her out.
Oh, I don't care if you knock her out. I mean, you could cut one of her legs off.
I'll try.
Sever a tendon, that sort of thing. Knocking people out is difficult, and kills them as often as not.
Knock her out or sever a tendon.
Whatever works, really. If you have to kill her, kill her.
I'll only do if it's needed.
Hmm.
I'd prefer not to add. I'd rather not add to the blood on my hands if I don't have to.
Yeah.
Part of me doesn't want that. Did you end up ever talking to Yuki? In regards to my concerns?
I've talked with all of Ventus about it.
Understood. If you have the time, one last thing.
Go ahead.
I want to give you reason as to why I kept my secrets to myself. Why I was so inclined to do so, and didn't speak up sooner. It is admittedly because I'm afraid. You have the power now to end me whenever. You speak those words and, well, As I said, multiple people in this ship will want me dead. It is a great bit of power to give someone. I have given that power to only willingly to Ivy, honestly, because I suspect that he would never use it. You took that choice from me. I understand why you did it. Wish you hadn't still.
Were the situation the same again, I would do it again.
I see.
But
In some ways.
that there was more harm than intended is regrettable.
We do what we must for the mission and for the greater good. We do what we must for the people we care about. I
Yes.
suspect that's what played into your decision as well.
Yes.
I would have done the same for my family. So I understand. And I'm grateful that you did it on that day and not another one. I have found that you are a good captain, I'd say, and an okay person. I don't want to see you dead.
I suspect soon that you'll see that I'm not the latter.
Why do you say that?
Because I can't afford to be. Not where we're going.
The North is a cruel place. You can try, and it's worth something, but when there are no other options, so be it.
Not even just that. Part of me misses it.
The treachery that you committed.
Not so much that. But the fighting.
I can understand that in some ways. For different reasons, of course.
There's a satisfaction to having someone else's blood on you.
Yes, there is. There is a satisfaction in having someone's life in your hands.
Hmm.
And having that decision.
I'm not over much fond of that part of me, but denying it would be unproductive.
Can't deny its existence. You can try to push against it, though, in some ways. That is what I've done with mine.
I do not believe that I have taken very many lives that I did not have to. But who knows, maybe I just want to believe that.
Maybe. For most, we're all our own hero in our own stories.
Hmm.
We all do what needs to be done and what is right, but at the end of our sword, at the end of our weapon, is a mother's son, a father's child, a brother's sister. There is someone who has lost. There is someone who must grieve and cry. That is what I try to remember whenever I take a life. It makes it less enjoyable. Pushes against that part of me that wants it. Don't give in to it so easily. Otherwise, I suspect the snow in Jersey will be painted red.
I don't think I would lose sleep over that.
There are some good ones in North, I'm sure. However few there may be. You came out of it. Aurelia came out of it, Avi did.
Avi's not a
Perhaps you were
northerner.
not fully good. Perhaps you are not all fully good. But you were here, are you not? To save the world? No one is fully good. Not even that of Solus.
I didn't come here to save the world.
What did you come here for? If I may ask.
I killed 2 of my clan. We were scouting an ambush. And I couldn't do it anymore, so I killed them in their sleep, and I went to the encampment of those we planned to slay, and I told them that I could guide them out if I got to go too. And otherwise they would all die in the morning. They brought me with, and we made it through. And then I didn't have much of anywhere to go. One of the recruiters was amongst them. Took pity on me.
Or maybe saw the potential in you. Who knows? I mean, look where you are now. And even if you came here for different reasons, the fact that you've remained means more. You're a powerful mage now. You could just leave. Live out the rest of your days before the world ended. Be happy.
And where would I go?
Wherever. Wherever the winds would take you, wherever fun may be. Enjoy those last few moments instead of being chained by this.
Outside of those
Choose to
here,
stay.
outside of the people at Rosewood, there is only one person who has ever mattered much to me. Well, that's still alive at least. And I abandoned her to... well, I abandoned her.
What makes you think you abandoned her?
Because she'll have paid for what I did.
I see. It was a split-second decision, I guess. For you to leave. No time for you to get her.
I wouldn't have been able to.
Well, Talia, if she truly cared, at least from how I care about people, she'd want you to be happy and she'd want you to be safe. She'd want you to live a life. You truly care about someone when you want what is best for them. And if she truly cared about you, she'd want that, I'm sure. And she'd be happy. Sad in some ways, but happy in others. I'd give anything for my sisters to have that opportunity where they could just escape from all this. I would have given any of it. I gave everything, in some ways. One of the reasons why I became a shade was because of them.
You'd think differently of it. Of dying for such a noble cause, or of suffering for such a noble cause. If I started taking strips of flesh from you every couple of hours.
Maybe.
I think we've talked our fill.
We have. But if you ever wish to talk more, Talia.
Same goes for you.
Older sister to older sister.
You know,
Let me just take notes.
You are like a brick wall. You are actually like a fucking wall.
Are you?
You said I had no imagination.
Not that
Hard-headed and
not going anywhere?
You literally said I did not have any imagination.
No, I did not say that. I said it was a hypothetical that Riley might not have any imagination. Because,
I would not go down there if there's going to be a third attempt at murder, and I do not think that many people can put up with that.
How could you say that? Hang on. After all,
Who's murdering who?
Silas, you're still awake. Oh, this time I think it's, let me remember myself with his name. Sir Barrett with, Galen.
I wonder how those potatoes are doing.
Do you want to finish the book? Or...
I am not doing that. Check on the
Yeah, we can.
I better check again.
Check again.
I'm just going to say good night.
Good idea.
Because we're going to bed.
I'll be here.
Good night.
What's happening in here?
Rest well.
Along with that, by the sounds of it, Miss Rin is quite, concussed. Luckily, she healed her, but still.
Yes. I healed her. She is okay.
Do they still have a healer down there?
No.
They'll figure it out. I'll be awake for a little while.
It'll be okay.
Oh, I can't. There's somebody on the other side. They're blocking it.
Miss. May I ask you questions in the
Of course.
room over? Like what you asked earlier.
Hmm.
I don't wish to pull you away from anything, though, if you were in the
I'm-
middle of a conversation.
You can take... I can... yeah.
Alright.
Hey, Yuki.
Hello, Sir Luca.
Hi. Well. Sorry, didn't mean
It's...
to bump into you.
Sir Solis didn't truly remember much after what happened during the meeting. I was just trying to check up on that, so I'm making sure that I'm aware. beyond orbs, and possibly that might be it.
There are people having dreams with some regularity. Some of what we've learned is that the founder of the Institute was, for all intents and purposes, the goddess Dridona.
Understood.
There is an adversary, a group or individual or entity or something working against us in all of this. Probably aligned with Arena, maybe not. Certainly, an entity called Seethe has very frequently interfered with ours. Seethe once professed to want balance, the restoration of balance between, well, I suppose the abyss and the divine. Now they believe there will be peace only when all is still and the divine is snuffed out.
From defense to just complete and utter destruction.
Yes. So obviously that's not an option. Dridona says, this is all if you are to believe the words of dreams. Dridona says that we need to get to Luna's tier. And that we need to make sure the abyss doesn't get there first.
And I take it in this case we consider both Palvindor and the mysterious cloaks to be one and the same with the Abyss, or two different parties?
Oh, I suspect probably more than two. Palvindor, I don't think I would consider aligned with the Abyss directly. At least we don't have any specific reason to believe that yet, but they're certainly awful people who are using the rifts.
Understood, miss.
We think they've been controlling the progression of rift beasts in an area in order to have waves crash down on places that they would seize. So the city falls and they swoop in and take what's left. They did it at World and Keep, and we watched it happen at Beston. And they tried it at Norrendal as well. In general, if you were to have a dream, it will be one of two. I mean, not two specifically, but one of two things. Either you will be going through some sort of experience and have no choice, or you will have interactions that you choose. In the dreams where you do have choice and agency, you will be faced with choices. They may not all seem equal, or fair, or like good options, but the choices you seem to make in those dreams do matter. If you don't want to have a dream, generally speaking, if you avoid interaction with the orbs in a broader sense, then you won't generally get one. Most of the people that have them tend to have them invited, though for all I know, your being a seer might factor in. I don't know. It hasn't historically, though.
May I ask if, by any chance, a green orb may affect things?
I mean, we know that they can adopt different colors, but I don't know that I've not seen green.
An envoy of Gaia. A green orb appeared to me. I recognized the mana.
Gaia...
It was brief after the tree disappeared. I burnt. It appeared to me. I didn't have a chance to speak, and it disappeared in my hands. Almost as if it was a spirit dying in my hand.
I know little enough of spirits, but it could have been, if it belonged somehow to the tree. I mean, supposition, I'm sure. If you were not soon after visited by more visions or dreams or something, it's probably not directly involved. Gaia is on the side of Dridona. Dridona is working to gather the other Celestines in support of Gaia. She's stronger than Luna was, but she too is failing.
Understood.
And obviously, if that happens, we all die, so, you know.
That would be an understatement.
But that's basically the gist. We were talking about some other dreams and information. Ivir saw a visage of what we think is probably Arena. We don't really have all the details there. At a certain...
Rift Beast woman. Winged Rift Beast woman was what was described.
With white hands, yes.
Yes. I was on deck immediately after. We heard gunshots. There's none, but we heard everyone freak out, saying to enchant their weapons. Be sure to be careful.
We, Giordano believes that Arena is sick or afflicted or ill or something as a result of a fight between the two of them. She thinks that that is how the Rift Beasts exist. Irena should not, by all rights, be able to create things, but obviously the Rift Beasts emerge from the Rifts.
Understood.
That's not of particular value in anything, but it's one of the things that we think we maybe know.
Be a good theory at that. A corruption of abyssal principles.
Yes. It's possible that this is what Seethe is in some form. Nobody, to my knowledge, has directly interacted with Arena specifically, but then I suspect that anyone who was doing so aboard this ship would keep their mouth shut about it, so...
Of course.
What else? I think that was mostly the stuff that we got through until... Well, until Riley came in and told us that, you know, the tree was getting burned and stuff. Or probably getting burned, I guess.
Of course. It was simply everything that I already heard around the bar then. I was worried that was something else. Sorry for dragging you away from whatever business you were then.
I find that I am always finding some sort of business to be involved in. You've not troubled me any. And...
Understood, miss.
It frustrates me that Solace did not inform you sooner. But I'm glad you've mostly
To be
caught
fair,
up
he
now.
did elaborate. You just gave further detail to what he said. He said that he had a headache during the incident, so he wasn't aware of any of the ongoings. So he gave the details, just not the full picture like you did.
Well, if you think of any
And
thoughts...
he's busy at the moment, so I can't even judge. Actually, now I think about it, I might need to check if I'm even allowed to go into my room tonight.
Why?
I saw him and Philia walking towards the dorms. I don't wish to... With the two of us sharing a bunk, I don't wish to, well...
They have... They are the least forward with their relationship of those of us in one aboard, I think.
Understood.
But I don't know.
Understood.
So... I think...
Yes, I'm probably... You know, I might go check that now and knock. I'm going to see if I'm going to have to sleep in the library or something tonight.
Good luck.
Best of luck, miss.
Another day passes and I fail to talk to Malik.
each branch of the tree to the left and
Catch these branches. These fists.
Whip like the willow, my child.
Green
Hey,
star.
goodness.
We're
Hell
talking about
you
how
are.
Sable's throwing fists with Gaia.
I'm
She
not
was not.
throwing
She was
fists with
praying.
Gaia. I was praying
She was
really
praying
hard.
to Gaia and
see.
gesticulating.
Really hard.
And also throwing fists.
I hope she hears that. I was not. Anything
I
this
mean,
one
you
says
threw a
about me is not true.
No, it's not.
Like there was a genuine
It comes
emotion.
with the package. You know, left branch, right branch.
She did also stand on me,
Oof.
so you know.
Trunk.
I didn't mean to do
What
that.
was that?
Trunk is what I meant. Yeah, trunk.
I mean, after all the meat jokes, you did kind of you did kind of earn a little hoof to the head.
It was more to the throat, but okay.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
She could've
Hair in
killed
my
me.
face.
I'm sorry.
Can't believe it.
You look fine.
Well, to avoid this
You okay?
conversation going around in circles and getting worse. Oh, answer that first, probably.
I'm fine.
There we go.
Alright,
Riley's
tension
had
bled.
worse.
Yeah, like being buried alive.
Yeah,
What?
or your arm
That
bones
did
poking
happen.
out.
My dad tried to kill me. A couple days back.
Ow.
Yeah.
He's
Tried
a
to kill
piece
me.
of shit.
Not a big good man.
Mm.
By the way, we haven't met. I apologize that this is our first introduction. Jacqueline.
Luna killed the Brizo. Call me Keel. We're well past first impressions.
Understood.
I mean,
Oh,
I
my
got lost
first
in
reputation's
the
been tarnished.
city, and I ran into you actually because I got lost.
Oh god, I remember now. Oh.
I haven't
was
introduced
like,
myself
"Oh, man,
either.
what am I gonna do?"
Mm.
I mean, wait, Sable.
I'm
this
Talia.
is technically
Well
me, I
met.
threw fists with Gaia, and I failed, and I lost to her.
Luna Keel.
I got
Call me
buried.
Keel. Fisherwoman.
Keel.
You know, that makes sense.
Spelt
to me.
as though the
Well,
part of a
I
boat.
guess the way she was embracing you, you know.
Pronounced that way. Spelled Quil.
It only does.
It's supposed to mean gift.
Like, I don't
So
think that was
Luna's
embracing.
gift.
That was inverse.
Kind of a
death.
loaded phrase now.
I was about to go to one god to another god immediately.
That's so
We all have our
you know.
past
Yeah, circle of
awkward
life, dirty, probably means
things.
circle of death.
One of my two gods doesn't do that, so sorry. I have nothing else to tell you.
Oh wait, how many gods do you pray to?
I meant one. That's what I meant.
I was gonna say, I have more gods than you.
Okay, what if I
Nothing
had to?
there,
Hold
Riley.
on.
We've got
Now I'm just
four.
upset.
Technically, not really, because they're Celestines. They're not.
The
gods.
Celestines. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I still pray to them though. So
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I pray to 4.
Listen, if the nitpicking of terms hasn't succeeded in convincing everyone by now, I don't think it's going to.
Well, you know, a few people here and there grab the terms, you know. Besides,
Isn't there
works are
a
important.
theologian on the crew now?
Some sort of.
There is.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
What?
Terms.
I met them briefly.
Marcy,
in
I
passing.
believe.
She was
Marcy,
deeply
maybe.
drunk.
Percy.
Yeah.
I met her once and
Don't show
then
me
haven't
cute things,
managed
it's
to
not gonna
again.
stop me. Oh!
For a second, I thought you threw Percy at her. I was gonna say that's awful.
I took a vow, but it's about
Oh
to get
no, I
real
could never
broken.
do that.
I'll leave you all
that
to your
would
night.
be Awful.
Nothing. Just a joke.
Take care, Talia.
You as well.
What? Why'd you say that?
Hi, Luca.
I'm leaving again.
I don't think that you said that to the captain of Umbra. I'm gonna tell the captain, captain, oh captain.
Captain or captain.
Is everything alright?
Yeah. Yeah, everything is fine. What with you?
As well as might be expected, I suppose.
Yeah. It's getting colder and
Hmm.
I feel it in the air and the smell. Just makes me... My body reacts in a certain way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jacqueline, you do have a big mouth, don't you?
What the fuck is going on?
Have Malik informed you about anything?
Not that I am aware of.
Yeah.
I was
I'm
involved in
hoping
some other
that-
things, but...
Yeah.
What is it?
No, it's nothing important per se. It's just I heard him talking to Octavian and Nectaris about he had a dream with Jordana. And
Knew one of
he
them
asked
must
about
have.
the rifts and the rift beasts.
Hmm.
And they gave him the answer of that. I didn't get everything of it, but because there was a lot of sound around me and I tried to listen, but
Yeah.
there was something about they might be from the abyss or something.
I suppose that's as reasonable a theory as anyone's given. Does that make them spirits or something? I think that's how
I'm
the
not
spirits
sure.
that, you know, most of the seers and stuff see, I think are like from Lumen? I don't really know.
I'm just hoping that Malik will inform the captains at some point. I really want to hear more of it, because I know there was more of it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I have only spoken to him today insofar as he borrowed my affinity.
Mm. For what?
He had questions that he wanted asked of Jacqueline and the inverse. And they wanted to know that it was true.
Mm.
I suppose I'm truthsayer or some shit.
You're truth sayer?
I told you what I can do.
Mm.
Yeah. I could tell them both that the other was being truthful. So insofar as they each trust me, I can say that it is true. Truthsayer.
I see. Weird name.
Well, I just made it up, so you can blame it on me.
Mm. I will probably be in alchemy today or tonight. I'm gonna restock on some things.
Okay. Do try to rest.
I'll try. Hard to.
I know. For me as well. If you ever need anything, let me know.
Yeah, you too.
Really hungry. Okay, well then I don't know if that's a telling factor or not.
How you told it?
So I walked into the middle of something?
Oh, you're good.
Yeah. What? Need a drink?
I was mostly just coming to see what was going on. I've barely spoken with anyone today, so... Well, I've spoken with lots of people.
You missed most of the fun.
So it would seem.
Solus learned that he's allowed to have a relationship with Talia.
As opposed to
No,
for the last
he's happy with
year that he's been doing it anyways?
secretly having it, yeah.
He's been doing it as a secret, apparently.
Yeah. Does everyone... Was it a secret to anyone?
No.
No. Okay.
But they were scared that we still had that rule board that back on the island that said you couldn't like.
Wasn't he
be in a
there when I...
relationship.
So are they not friends?
No, they're friends.
Okay.
Stop thinking about it, Mitesh. You're good.
Mertesh,
Yeah.
you know what I am to Lethariel and he to me?
Yeah.
And what is that?
Can you elaborate?
Really close.
You can just put that whole thing down.
Like really
you were not going to get nowhere fast.
I figured it was worth a shot.
The cute elf came in here and tried to teach him about like how to flirt through touch, and like she laid it on thick, and he was just like, okay.
I see.
Are you so you and Lothario, would you call yourselves one and not two, but you're one?
I suppose.
Okay. That's what Barrett was telling me.
We are together in things, I suppose.
We're one. Barrett said we're not free, think of us as one. So two, you're also I still don't understand how free and two
How
both
about
equal
that?
one.
Ignis is 6, but 1.
I guess we are, yeah. That's true.
That's the sort of... It's not the same, but I feel I've probably confused things. I'll leave you to
There's
whatever
no way
I
to
interrupt.
clarify things.
Yeah.
There's nothing to interrupt. It's
I assure you, nothing you could have said would make him understand.
So confused.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good night, Ignis.
I'll think on it. Good night.
Good night, Talia.
Right, I guess.
They'll be alright.
Easy one at that. Along with that, you're able to say hi.
With the fact that it grows out of. It looks like it's growing out of the metal.
Through the sides.
I feel like a lot of the magic in itself comes
Hello,
back from
I was
him.
saying hi.
I mean,
Yeah, the wood in the ship and the
Thank you, darling.
plants in the greenhouse and all of that.
Wall would be beneficial.
No, I'm fine. Are you okay? I'm okay.
Oh, no, he's up, he's up. Wait, never mind.
Doesn't Rowan have one?
Whoa! I mean, you can always have more wall, don't you?
Fair enough.
I mean, you could also just, like, you know.
But again, honestly, ever since the addition of Helma, I feel like, honestly, the more it goes, I feel like Lumen is starting to lack a little bit more on the offense side, so I'm kind of trying to adapt wherever it goes.
Ah man, Lorium has been a great addition to the team because we're really good at
What was that,
beating
Vespa?
shit up, but that's
I
old
think we
Terra's
have
got.
plenty of offense. Now the spores, on the other hand, I can't do that. That spores.
Who needs another?
I think with the wind up here, it would probably just disperse them really fast.
Exactly.
Offense. Okay.
Sorry, darling.
What do the spores do?
I tuned out for a minute.
I try to make them paralyze things. They do slow them down a tiny bit, I think, but I haven't used them in years or actually something. So I think it still hurts. It has to still hurt after all.
I would imagine so. Yeah.
Yeah, I can barely imagine that.
That was all.
Everything
it's
all
either
right?
that or my shroud or the hammer. I don't feel like smacking something with a hammer right now. I'm still fine. I'm fine.
Some water?
It's stupid.
Water sounds amazing.
But
I like the sound of water.
Please get him some water.
Stay up here. I'm a
winter,
I'm fine enough to walk down. Right? Am I?
yeah, officially
Yeah.
broke things off, and
I have water outside of the water I can
Elenia-
I don't know if drinking water from
I don't know, it's more just to my pride. Elenia told me she doesn't have a crush on me anymore.
I don't know, I
and
tried it
just,
earlier and I seemed
back
pretty
to
okay,
back,
but I wouldn't
really.
recommend it. It was a little weird. Is it Mana? They just like kind of offered, and honestly, I think I was really.
Well, I think I think in their case, they're literally using their magic to just pull the water that's in the
That makes
air
sense
into a
because
spot.
once they casted the spell, my mouth was really dry. So I think.
Yeah, so like they're not producing water; they're just gathering water. I kind of just.
You're a significantly better catch than Winter in a lot of ways, and while I am obligated, I think, to be supportive of my sister,
The what? The attempted what?
you know.
I meant the flirting. There's what?
I get it. Just no. I'm not usually the one who gets broke up with.
Who am I shoving my hook so far up there?
That's what you saw it as.
I mean, going below deck won't help too much, but it'll help a little bit. You're not in the wind.
Kinda. I mean,
I want to spend time with my friends.
I don't know.
Was it anything but sex?
Fair enough.
I hope you had fun drinking.
Just make sure that if we start going over directly over the mountain range, below that, breathing too quickly and stuff is going to kill you.
You start
We were about at that point.
seeing the mountains for what they're worth only when you start walking away from them, I guess.
If we breathe too fast while we're too high,
Perhaps.
probably gonna faint. So be careful.
Suppose that's fair.
And you were able to drink anything, but I wasn't able to drink everything.
Listen, if you find some love on this ship, there is no shortage of it.
Oh, see what they're doing up there.
Not the same man that.
I
said,
get it.
What is it? Burn
Just,
things,
I don't
put
know.
the fire through
I
things.
wish
and
I
that's
had
what-
that ceaseless amount of energy he has sometimes.
The other father, he was a Furbolg. My actual father.
Like, I don't think
was the
I've
one that
ever
did the
seen
drinking
him
thing.
tired.
My dragon father, he
It's like a crossbow
was
bolt that
the,
just flies into a
burning
random
one.
direction.
Ah, that's what it is.
Sometimes it needs to be aimed a little
Just,
bit.
gutted me more than I thought it would.
Would it suit you? With some nice hot spice cider? Or maybe some
You'll feel
milk
better
or
in the morning.
Some honey and rum in it?
Probably.
I only
You're
have
looking at
potatoes in like a piece of fruit today and some bread. I am more than willing to have anything right
I
now.
have no idea at this point.
It's
sounds like you're not.
I think I was more upset that.
I'm eating more than enough. This is the most I've eaten in months. Beyond like the cactus pads, it's heaven.
She went into alchemy.
Did she
She's
just
working in there tonight.
I didn't realize she was part of alchemy.
An armful of oranges, okay?
Once upon a time, basically all of the medics were. And then we stopped having alchemy because it seemed like it was not really worthwhile to have both. And then a bunch of you guys showed up, and those of us that had been doing the alchemy stuff decided that we didn't need to anymore.
You know, I called all the alchemists for a meeting today and said, you know, I had a decent turnout of folks, like half a dozen.
Yeah.
But then I ran some stuff by Aethertech, and I figured I would get Luca, Philia, Jackson. You know,
like most people.
fucking 12 people showed up.
Yeah. Because you get, what the fuck's his name? Tyrion and Wayne and Orion and Luca, Jackson, Saline, Yorl,
Winter.
Winter.
Barrett was there. Sunny was there.
Oh, because Craft.
Was just... Yeah. Basically, I ran the wristband idea. I just thought, like, alright, I'll get those three, you know, and pass it along to them, get some help, and the fucking room is full.
If you want to eat glitter, just find Gillup. He has it, like, fully embedded in his clothes.
May have invited too many cooks into the kitchen on that one.
There's still glitter, by the way, from when they got glitter bombed.
I think
This way, no matter who figures it out, you get to claim credit.
No, you don't understand. I don't think.
I should also let you know
it doesn't come out.
Stuck Jacqueline on the project too.
Hand on shoulder. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
Thank you, miss.
I'm fine. Just.
Including letting her back in alchemy.
Listen, as far as I'm concerned, nobody asked me to get involved in that.
I mean, well, you know, I don't know how much you even know.
I was aware. Not until much later than I should have been, but such is often the way of things on this ship. In fairness, I am a difficult woman to get some time with, I think.
She rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Yeah.
Listen, at least in the air I'm able to not be in chains. I'm able to breathe, I am able to walk, I am able to choose what I
So
this is the best place ever.
I told her, listen, you're not fucking welcome in here right now. And her response was, are you physically gonna stop me?
Yeah, that tracks. Though, in fairness, I said something not dissimilar to Yugi earlier.
Well, that's when I got Caleb involved.
You got Caleb involved?
He's technically part of alchemy.
Huh.
And I just wanted to make it clear, if you start something, Caleb's fucking there, so don't start nothing. Deterrent. But
That's fair.
She is, much to my chagrin, which is a big fancy word for annoyance, a very good pyrotechnician. We've all seen her bombs. We've all seen what she can do with alchemist fire.
Yeah.
And if I'm passing the project along to the Aethertech folk, then she's probably apt at assisting.
I don't know what you mean.
That's not what I asked. I asked if you wanted to vote.
I was a big woman today. I was a big girl. Like, I was big, and my reward was sort of getting broken up with, but not really.
laundry's really good though.
Listen,
What? What was that?
when you're having sex, the prospect of not having sex is a real bummer.
Yeah.
Shades, the bloody shades, of course, those bloody shades, as if they actually could do anything for
But really, though, at a certain point, this ship is basically running on orgasms, so if you keep looking around, you'll...
I apparently succeeded in making Sable weak in the knees after. So the discussion of pickup lines and flirting came up in the bar. It wasn't even me who started it. Someone else did. But I put a chair over in front of Sable because she's fucking giant. And I got on the chair to do a thing, and then Caleb kicked the chair out from under me.
Fell into
And
her
I had a
arms.
concussion. No, I fell backwards and smashed my head on a table. It was
Such a
the
lost
least cool way thing. Oh, it was so bad. And then Murtesh walked over me to try and do the thing instead, and then I kicked him in the ass. And then Caleb did it, and we just pushed him, and really it just turned into Ignis fighting each other for a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I've heard. I'm not quite familiar with it.
Also, to be fair, Vesper's pulling out the stops, right?
You know, whenever the Blythewood's getting attacked, it's...
Yeah?
There.
If you're able to actually talk to people, you have to...
I walked in on them, his little tails wagging.
Now I just
He's
feel bad for the
showing
poor
her
woman.
The stars and everything with the telescope.
Yeah. It's good to have one.
And now she's got a little moon crest on her head. Yeah, real quiet, real quick.
Is everything all right? You're kind of like, did I do something wrong? You're like, there's people staring at me. I believe I'm speaking to that. I don't like the three glowing eyes staring at me right now. That's kind of terrifying. They're not looking right. No. I meant like.
You got concussed.
I got concussed. Then Murtesh did the move I was gonna do, but he didn't really understand the context, so that felt like. So I'm just laying on the floor there, and I've got like 5 people all trying to like pick me up, and then there's Sable just standing over me, and I'm like, I need to say something, and then I can't think of anything to say.
You seem a bit unsettled.
And then, you know, she scampered off because someone, I think, succeeded. And, Lania healed me.
I'm sorry for making you guys have to focus.
And then was like, we should talk at some point because I don't know what's going on anymore. And then we talked, and it was the worst possible situation for Ren. Yeah.
I was raised mostly among them.
I'm happy to hear that. At least there's some familiarity in that.
Just the combination of failures really hurt.
That was where I learned to make that, more coastal is their tribe.
I understand. Actually, I did. It was a coastal like town thing for a short bit. Of course, not many folks. It was only like me, my father, brother, and like a few others. But
This initiative is a mess.
Papa's tribe is, they drift around a little bit, but
Yeah.
same sort of stomping ground.
But I mean,
my father always told me that my tribe.
to be fair, the rest of the day was pretty good.
And they settled around him and made sure to protect him, and that's
Organized alchemy. got things rolling with the other groups. Forget what we're called. The concussion's really kicking in.
Divisions. Theoretically.
Divisions. The other divisions. Had a meeting with Ignis even. We finally had like a conversation as a team. How we're supposed to do things. It was a good day up until literally falling on my ass. Oh. You're right though, I'll be fine tomorrow.
You can just say, I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
You frequently are.
You're better.
Be fair.
You don't have to be fine to be better.
Fine in the morning.
No, you're fine all the time. No, I meant frequently you are correct.
Should have got there first.
Who's flirting with you now?
What? Nobody. What?
So somebody then.
Come out with glowing teeth.
No.
I'd say something, but Vesper's right there.
You okay?
Fuck Vesper.
What do you mean? If you got there first?
I should have been clever enough to come up with that comeback first.
I got another one. Ready?
Go for it.
You know, I was able to tell you were a healer at first glance. Plus you look divine.
Ugh.
It's just, yeah, it's really heartbreaking seeing you and.
I also had a thought.
When you're hungry.
I had a thought about something. And it's a weird thought. So, to unlock your divine well, you have to do good and create, right? You tend plants, you took care of the bunnies and all that. And in a way, it's sort of like, does divinity still feel like love to you anymore? Or has it just become so run of the mill?
Do you mean, am I in love with the sense of the divine, or does the emotion love relate to divine for me?
I would assume, right, like, if you're doing good and creating good and feeling good and creating those good feelings, you'd be kind of creating love and affection, wouldn't you?
I suppose.
Does it feel like that to you, or?
I guess I'll go this way.
Now it's just sort of natural. Second thought. But were I to put my mind to it, and when I've worked on researching new things and like... I picture Lothario. He's what embodies it. He was the person to catch up to. from day one. And that was true even before he was what he was, or he is.
I will say, if you're gonna nap here, at least crawl inside the greenhouse. It's warmer.
I think
If you're
of
gonna nap here, we should take him to his bed.
my family that are lost now, but
That's fair. You seem to be a lot happier in there with what little green there is. Hopefully we can expand it sometime.
it's not quite love, but that which is warm. And warmth is not a feeling I have often had, but for my time at Rosewood.
I also take happiness in the smallest of things, so I understand.
I get that. Despite everything, I often find myself having trouble not feeling attached to this, not even thing, this place, thing, group.
I know what you mean.
What? No, what?
Darling, we're auxiliary.
It's, I guess belonging is probably the word.
Well, that's not true. Some of the auxiliary have rooms downstairs.
That's fair.
Well, we bunk.
Of having a place.
Not fucking, I tell you that.
Not quite the place I was looking for, but
Hours, even.
Eh.
There's less than the... Anyway, no, you're fine. Just,
Life has a way of doing that, I think.
Nope.
sure does.
I'm giving up. I'm just not gonna say it.
She's sweet. Aren't you a gentleman?
I'm gonna go to bed before I fall asleep where I'm sitting.
Oh, yeah. I should too soon, to be honest.
Just well, Ren. Tomorrow will be better.
I know.
Yeah. I was warned pretty heavily about making Doc and Kava.
They're now complaining. They're like, songbirds.